As you say that, Sora's just jumped straight back on. We hope he has enough energy to get through this. He's gone straight back into the first cast on. Doesn't seem fazed by his first attempt at this point. Into the green slope he holds. He eyes up the volumes. Absolutely. He has to use his feet a little bit too much for his liking here. Absolutely. Sora's back on the green. He's eyeing up the zone again. He's already got the zone, and he falls. I think the tiredness of that first attempt that he had on that boulder's really taken a toll, and he's finding it really hard to find some composure now. We've got Joe jumping backwards on the black climb, trying to change up their strategy.
Come on, guys, let's cheer him on.
Sora's back on the green. He's eyeing up the zone again. But he's probably not going to have enough time. I think we've timed out now. So we're going to see another batch of climbers jumping on the cave set. And we'll see some climbers jumping on some new boulders now. So we have Zion back on the yellow boulder. This is one of the competitors we missed earlier. And who else have we got? We've got Xavier back on. Xavier out on for his first boulder on the green one. He makes the Gaston move really easily. He's moving through the green slopers with good composure. So we've got Xavier moving on the green boulder. He's looking really close. He's just obtained the zone here. We also have Zion on the yellow who's looking to eye up the top at this point. He goes into the top and he matches. We get our first top of the comp. Great stuff from Xavier. Really well composed. As we still have Xavier on the first green boulder. Whoa, nearly slipped off there. Moves into the last volume as he eyes off the last hold. And he slips. We've got Zara still on the purple slab and the slopey volumes. Zara's back on the purple boulder here. Really tenuous start here. She tries to shift over to the left. She's got to really shift her weight to shift over onto that left leg so she can move over to the zone hold here. As she keeps slipping off. Looking really nervous on that position. She moves over and nearly sticks it.
And we finally have Maya on boulder 1. Let's see if she can stick this move that Joe wasn't able to do.
She's eyeing up the jump and she just misses. Fingertips away.
Seems like a pretty hard move, and they're moving to it pretty blind. What do you think that the climbers that have attempted this boulder so far are missing in terms of hitting that hold?
I think a lot of them seem like they're just jumping with like straight arms directly to the hold. It feels like they may need a little bit more control if they're able to stick that move. It seems so far that they haven't quite gotten the height on it. Every time we've seen someone like Joe stick it, they've been really low on the hold and they've sort of slipped off as soon as the backswings happened.
All right, and this is Xavier back on green.
Xavier's on the second last volume here. He's eyeing off the top. He goes to the next volume and he slips off. Really seems like this hard section, this last section is proving to be really difficult for the competitors.
Zara still working her way through the second women's boulder. Those beautiful purple Jewel-Tex slopers, they look pretty gnarly. Let's see if she can get that zone again. Maya establishing on the first boulder again. Let's see if she can nail that first jump.
Oh. So close for Zara. She just slipped off the side there. We've got Maya lining up for the dyno here as well. Just eyeing it off. Let's see if we can get that height. She's trying to reach it now. Just falls off. Zara just missing the coordination move there. So Sarah, when we're talking about coordination, what does that sort of mean?
I mean, it's definitely not a style of climbing that I'm very good at, but so for bouldering, I guess it's really common and it's becoming, I guess, more and more popular style for competition bouldering in particular. We're looking for climbers essentially doing a sequence of moves without stopping. So there's some kind of dynamic sequence. So a lot of what we see, for example, the men's yellow boulder, we have a little bit of a coordination move running across those volumes. In terms of the women's purple boulder, we're seeing a little bit more of like almost paddle move through those big slopers.
You say you're not very good at it. You should see me on coordination moves. We've got Soro making the top on the yellow boulder.
Beautiful top on that one. So yellow men's 2 is the only boulder that we've seen tops on so far.
The last few moves on the green seeming a little bit tricky for the men at the moment. We're still seeing people trying to work out the purple boulder as well. People maybe not quite committing to the coordination move on the slab as well. We've got Zion on the green boulder. Sorry, Xavier actually. No, this is Luke. Apologies.
Yeah, we've got Luke on the men's green boulder. He seemed to have moved to this position pretty quickly. Maybe this is one of those ones, like we said, it's maybe not as difficult to get to this position when you're fresh, and then every single attempt after that is just becomes super hard. We've seen several men get to this point so far, but nobody stick the top yet.
Funny thing, Luke actually says his favorite style is slab as he nearly sticks this really overhanging move. Very out of character for him. We have somebody already on the black boulder making some progress.
We have Abigail on women's 1 making amazing progress so far. Abigail has a PhD in computational biology, so...
Falls just off that top move.
An amazing boulderer and apparently super smart. I really hope that she didn't injure herself there. That was a pretty hard fall. We've got Joe on women's number 2. Joe seems to be trying to move through this a little bit more statically than the previous climber, but I'm not sure if we've seen any zones yet here.
No, I'm pretty sure we haven't seen any zones yet, unless we missed it while we were watching somebody else. But at this point, no zones for the purple boulder, proving too hard for everyone to get through that coordination move. The black's just seen its first zone, which is really good, but it has proven too hard for a lot of the other competitors so far. So
yeah, hopefully Abigail can get up there again and we can see that start sequence that we unfortunately missed the first time. Joe is another climber who's super smart. Joe is an immunologist. So look, we've got beauty and brains and brawn all on the screen right now.
as we nearly saw Joe stick that coordination move, getting really close on the hand on the bottom there. Seeming like the competitors just need to rock over the feet a little bit more on that move. Abigail's looking to make that first move again. We've got Luke Taylor on the green boulder. Once again, he's taken a really good rest, really responsible there. We have Abigail off screen, just making that dyno again.
Yep, Abigail making her way up the boulder. She's just fallen from underneath the roof again. Really good work from Luke to get to that point of the boulder again, but just super hard on multiple attempts. We've also got Youth World Championships 7th place boulderer Maya Stazwick rushing women's #1 at the moment. So a little bit of climbing royalty on the stage. Thanks for volunteering, Maya. Amazing work at Youth World Champs.
Absolutely, and if you keep your eyes peeled, you'll see Campbell Harrison, our recent Olympian, somewhere in the crowd. Can't quite see him on the screen yet, but he might make an appearance at some point.
And we have my fellow teammate, Josh Allegre, working the camera on the floor. Josh is also a member of the Australian paraclimbing team, and he's also running our live stream tonight. So thanks, Josh.
And we can't forget about Sarah. I missed the intro at the start, but Sarah is a one-time Gold Para World Cup winner, 6-time Vice World Cup silver medalist, and a Vice World Champion. So really climbing royalty all over the space at the moment.
Well, Abigail had another amazing attempt at the top then. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it looked like she threw for a hold and a whole bunch of tape came off her hand. So hopefully she's doing okay.
So we have Angus Fuller onto the green boulder now. His first appearance in the Open B category. But he has been a youth climber for a very long period of time. I've competed around him before. Super strong outdoor climber. Let's see if he can make easy work of the green boulder.
So we have Priscilla on women's boulder 1. She's nailed that first move and left dangling. Let's see if she can nail that lâcher to the second, to the zone hold. And she just misses it. But we've got our climber on men's boulder 1. He's nearing the top as well. The same move that we keep seeing people get to. Let's see if he can make it to the top.
Yeah, this sort of style very much suits Angus. As I said, he's a very avid outdoor climber. He's got a lot of power in his arms. He seems to really like these sort of slower style boulders. In the past, maybe struggled more with dynamic style boulders, but this kind of like strengthy style, he really suits. We also have our first competitor on the yellow women's boulder off in the corner.
I think that must be Zara on that boulder. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of that one soon.
She jumps into the first move. She looks like she's... Yeah, and she sticks the zone there.
Oh, really nice work from Zara attempting to get the top there. So we've got another coordination move across the slab for that yellow women's boulder. Honestly, looks pretty hard. Those angles on those volumes we can see from where we're sitting. Look, I don't think it's going to be super easy. I'll be super impressed to see people get the top on that one.
Absolutely. It's a 2-move boulder, but there's a lot of complexity packed within those 2 moves as we see Angus just fall off that last hold. It looks really good from our angle, but we've seen a lot of really good climbers fall off that last hold.
Yeah, the top hold on men's boulder 1, the green boulder, it might look like a jug. I don't think it is. I don't think that's very positive at all. It looks super slimy as well. So, look, we're getting a lot of slips off that one, but it's also at the top of just a super hard power boulder. So,
absolutely.
To be expected. I think we've got Priscilla going for that first hold again. Fortunately, he doesn't stick it. And Priscilla's favourite climbing style is crimps, and actually a lot of the competitors in Open B Women's told us their favourite climbing style is climbing on crimps. So, all right, that's Zara. She's just stuck that second dynamic move, and she's going for the top on the women's yellow boulder. And she sticks it. Beautiful work from Zara. That is a really, really delicate finish to a pretty dynamic boulder.
Yeah, that's going to put Zara in the front. We haven't seen a top in the women's field yet, so that is our first top for the Open B female event. So she will be in the lead provisionally. Angus pulls back onto the first boulder, the first men's boulder. He's really rested for a really long period of time. So as you can see here, we've got a blue slabby boulder for men's number 3.
So that's Zion on the blue men's boulder at the moment.
Taking it really slow.
Looking pretty controlled. This is definitely seems to be one that you want to move slowly through.
Angus has just topped boulder number 1. We've seen off screen, Angus just topped boulder 1. So we've got our first top on boulder 1 as we stay on Zion, tic-tacking through as he falls off due to a foot slip. So what is the challenge with slab? What tends to, with a slab like this, why do we see climbers fall off?
I think one of the things that's the hardest about slab is, especially in a competition scenario, is that you have to stay so composed, and all of the adrenaline that you get from competition climbing works against you in slab because you have to be really, really precise and be able to move through these really delicate balancing moves quite slowly. And I think, look, all of the kind of excitement in the room right now, it must be super hard for the climbers to be able to kind of focus this hard on that type of boulder.
So we've got a new round of competitors out now. We have Jem on boulder 1.
Our last competitors are out. We've got Lucy Armstrong on boulder number 1, and Jen Benning in his happy Venus shirt.
And we have Lucy on female boulder 1.
So these two climbers on the number 1 boulders are our first place qualifiers into finals. Lucy, like some of the other female climbers we talked to, said that their favourite climbing style is crimps as well. So look, they might not love this first boulder, but I think there's some other things on the menu that they'll enjoy. Let's see how they go.
Not too many crimps to be seen on these boulders as I look around. So these people that are favouring crimps may not find their comfort zone on a lot of these.
Hey guys.
Lucy looking like they're trying to avoid the dyno, seeing if they can reach this move statically. They might just need to commit to it. I don't think we've seen anybody being able to reach it statically yet.
As we just saw Luke also top men's 2 boulder really quickly. Seems to be the boulder that's seen the most tops so far, that second men's yellow boulder.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've had quite a few tops on that so far, and not a lot of tops on anything else, but let's see how Jem and Lucy go on boulders number 1.
As we said, these two climbers are seated in first position, so that means they qualified in first for the finals, so they're coming out in last. So we expect big things from these two.
Open A athletes. Isolation will close at 7
We've got
p.m.
Joe back out on the yellow women's boulder. So again, these kind of coordination, running on volumes. This is not something that I want to do, but Joe's just nailed the zone. Let's see if they can make this second one. And they've done it.
Come on, Joe.
And now we're into this really delicate, balancy finishing move. Oh, beautiful work.
Amazing work from Joe.
Joe tops women's yellow boulder, and look, we said that Joe's favourite climbing style was slab, and they've just shown that with that beautiful finish.
Oh, Sora jumps for the last move and just falls off the top there, maybe taking it a little bit too fast. Massive swing spitting him off that final sloper there.
And that last
all right.
hold on the men's blue boulder doesn't look that friendly. Be interesting to see how they establish control on that hold.
Absolutely. It seemed like he may have had the right idea, but he wasn't quite ready for that very drastic movement once he caught it. So didn't seem very likely as soon as he got his hands to it.
Lucy's back on boulder number 1. Let's see if she's ready to commit to this dyno. Just missing it. Looks like her aim is a little bit off. Super hard jumping blind to a dyno, but she was slightly to the left and probably didn't quite get the best part of that hold.
We've got Jem back on boulder 1. The pump fest that is boulder number 1 seems to be something that's tiring out the competitors for the next boulders to come. You do not get many attempts on a boulder like this. It's super powerful, super pumpy. So the climbers are really trying to leverage their rest and really trying to read the route between each attempt. Jem's trying to tech his way through the slopers here, tries to kick his foot up. He's eyeing off the next volume and he falls off. Stat section really providing some trouble for a lot of the climbers we've seen so far.
And as far as we can see, there aren't any jibs or screw-ons on those volumes. I think they're going bare into those volumes, so not a lot to hold on to. We can assume a decent amount of friction, but no actual holds there. Sora, another attempt on men's blue boulder.
Sora's eyeing off that last hold again. Let's see if he can get some more control here as the timer goes down and he sticks it. Sora for the top. Brilliant work. He looked a lot readier that time for that last move.
Yep, and we love a buzzer beater. That's super exciting, so really happy to see that.
Absolutely. When those beeps come in and you're right at the top, you just have to go. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay. We've got Zara and Zion. And the last boulder.
Yeah, so it's just you two. Yeah, it should be fine now. No one should be talking.
We've got Zion now on the last boulder. It's being showcased.
And we just had Maya top the yellow women's boulder. Well done, Maya. And looks like we've got Priscilla on women's purple boulder, going through those dual tech slopers.
Great job from Zion sticking that first zone. Really slow trying to figure out what to do here. It seems like he's questioning whether he wants to run or whether he wants to try and go slowly. Looks like he's opting for the jump and nearly sticks it there. Just didn't find that point of balance. We have Angus come off the yellow boulder. I'm pretty sure he topped it. We missed it off screen. Yes, Angus has topped the second boulder. So Angus is now in the lead with 2 tops.
Let's go, guys. You know
Priscilla going towards the zone on the purple dual text again. Doesn't quite stick it. Not sure if we've seen any of the women stick the zone on that boulder yet. Must be a lot worse than it looks.
Zion goes again for that zone hold. He's really just looking for a top here. You don't get any extra points for getting the zone twice.
You'll notice Zion's very stylish Milo bucket hat. He told us that he's unofficially sponsored by Milo. So Zion, we don't know what that means, but come and find us later. We all want to know what unofficially sponsored by Milo entails. Do you get free Milo? And if so, can we have some?
We'd love some Milo right now. We're a bit hungry in the commentary box at the moment. So Zion, we could really use your unofficial sponsorship now.
Absolutely. Thank you in advance, Zion, for the Milo. Priscilla back on the purple. Love to see a zone on this.
Priscilla
it looks like so far the women on the purple boulder, they're moving to that zone hold quite dynamically and not really controlling the swing. Do you think that it's possible to move to that hold in a more controlled way, or it's just a matter of really controlling that dynamic movement?
Yeah, it seems like a really interesting move there. From what I saw from the first couple of climbers, we have a really slopey foothold, it seems like. And with that slopey foothold, it doesn't seem like they can get enough stand on it to push through it in a more static manner. I think right now we're seeing Priscilla trying to go double hands to the zone hold. It's not quite working because it's so directional in the position it's in. So once she gets both her hands on it, it sort of just spits her off to the left. We've seen some of the other competitors try and drop down with their right hand. It seems like the right way to go as she tries again and falls off. On screen right now, we have Zara on the more static black women's boulder. She's really trying to work her feet now. This last move looks really dynamic here. She presses up and just misses. Her fingertips are really taped here. Why is that?
Yeah, we saw Zara earlier in the day in qualifiers with her fingers taped as well. So I'm not sure if maybe her skin just didn't survive the qualifying round. But yeah, she's pretty taped up right now. Luckily, she's on her last boulder. She really needs to stick that top. And look, she's gotten pretty close so far. So hopefully she's got enough time to kind of learn that move a little bit better and she'll nail it on the next go.
Qualifiers can be quite a brutal round, and we see Zara has qualified in 6th position, so that means she probably had to fight really hard to make it into finals, so she's probably spent a lot of time on some of the boulders and really destroyed her skin. Oh, as we see, a pretty dramatic fall on the blue boulder.
That was pretty epic.
isolation closes in 5 minutes, 7 p.m.
Now I did a Red Bull, so thanks to whoever that was, and thanks to Red Bull for being here, providing the DJ. The vibes in this room are pretty good right now. We've got heaps of people out here watching. Look, really excited to see how the rest of the night goes, if we get even more spectators for Open A, because right now we're packed.
Absolutely, there's a lot going on in the main area at the moment. Heaps of people, really loud music. There's really good energy at the moment. We have Abigail sticking the first move of the yellow boulder and then progressing to the zone after that. She's eyeing up the next section of the boulder. She seems like she's going to try and run through it. And she sticks it. She's one move off from getting the top here. She's got to kind of dial it down and change her style back from a really dynamic style and try and slow back down and get that touch.
And look, she's done it beautifully. And that must be really hard to do, to be able to like get up the energy to do those really dynamic moves and then really have to dial it down for the final top. Because that top hold, don't know what you can see on the live stream at home, but there's nothing to it. There's nothing to actually hold on to. It's very much just a little boot with the fingers, and that's it. It's all about body positioning in that final move.
Speaking of slow and controlled, we have Josh now on the blue boulder really eyeing off that last move. We saw somebody before really have to launch to it, so it's the same thing but opposite. We're going from a really static style to a really dynamic style for this last move on the blue. He's eyeing it off. He seems like he wants to go slow, but I think he's realizing a lot of tension in this position here. He doesn't seem like he can move unless he really just goes for it here.
Really
he's trying to work it
position
out.
To be in, to have to start problem solving on the wall when you realize that the move that you want to do might not actually work.
And he makes the top. Brilliant work, Josh. He made it work even against my commentary. I thought he had to jump for it, but he seemed to find a way to slow it down and really inch towards that top. Really good work. We had
Lucy on the purple boulder. So Lucy is now moving towards that that zone hold.
Let's go, Lucy. Let's go, Jen.
And Lucy slides off. It's pretty much the same thing that we've seen happen with all of the other competitors in Open V Female, moving dynamically to that dual tex purple sloper and kind of just sliding off the end of it. And another top on the men's yellow boulder.
We have Jem Dennings getting his first top of the comp on the yellow boulder, men's 2. And you just missed Sora going right for that last move there on men's 4. Got really close, made the zone, just didn't quite make it to the end, decided to run through.
Lucy back on women's 2. No crimps on this one. Sorry, Lucy.
We've got Joe on the slab here, looking to try and move really slow as they slip off. Sora eyeing up the top of men's 4. He decides to go slow this time, just before we saw him run across, as he sort of does a pseudo cartwheel to get to that second last volume. He's looking at that last top hold. How do I get there?
He's so close to that top hold. He's not going to reach it in that position. I'm really interested to see what his next move is.
Oh,
His next
Oh,
move
that was making
falling
my
off the
palm
wall.
sweat.
Sorry, Sora. Joe
got
back
Joe.
on boulder number 4. Oh, and slips off from the starting position.
Time really becoming a factor here now. Joe has jumped back onto the last boulder as they're going to time out. Both competitors hanging their heads, but they've done really well. That's their final boulders for the comp as they step off the mats. And we get ready for the next round of competitors.
All those beautiful faces in those amazing yellow sport climbing Victoria vests. Those are some of our volunteers that have been here all day, judging, brushing, ISO stewarding, and everything else. Thank you so much to Sport Climbing Victoria volunteers for making this event happen. Impossible to do without you. Bit of a nasty fall for Priscilla off women's yellow boulder.
got Maya Fuller on boulder number 4. Really delicately moving through the first few moves. Not sure if I mentioned, but she's a really seasoned competitor. She's been on the youth circuit for a really long time. She's been to nationals. And you can tell with her composure lining up for this final move. As she just slips off. We've got Xavier lining up for that last move on men's number 4.
And
Seemed
Priscilla
like he almost fell off there.
at the top of women's boulder number 3, looking for the right body position to match on that little tiny top hold, and she nails it.
And then there were 2. We've got Maya and Xavier left on their final boulders. Maya really showing her experience here. Really slow and tenuous on these first few moves, not letting the nerves shake her off.
Super technical footwork through this climb. You can see how precise that she has to be with her feet to make it through that section. It's almost all footwork. There's not a lot, or basically anything to hold on to through that section. Both climbers approaching the top, and Maya just misses again. And it seems like she needs a little bit more height on her jump. Easier said than done.
Now we just have Xavier on his final boulder for the comp. He tries to drop down. He's really just trying to look for that top here. As he tries to roll over really slowly, and he just falls off. Xavier so close on that boulder. He'd be frustrated with that, but no, there's a smile on his face at the moment. Just a bit perplexed.
Hopefully the smile means he knows the move, he's learned his lesson, and he's got enough time to jump on it again and absolutely nail it. And Maya back on female 4.
I hope that's what we're seeing with Maya now as well. I hope she's had a little read of that last move and she's confident with what she's going to do here.
She seems to be pretty reliably getting back to that final position to move to the top hold, and it's just not quite reaching it yet. And we've got Xavier back towards the top position as well. So both climbers matching their high point. Oh, and Maya just misses the top again.
We have Maya's brother Angus just topping the blue boulder M3 just off screen there. The brush is hard at work, making sure the boulders are ready for the competitors to maximize the friction there. Both on at the same time again. We get to watch some synchronized climbing.
Now that might be an interesting Olympic discipline. I'd like to see that. Always try to think of ways to grow and expand our sport.
Absolutely. Xavier just saving the fall there. What might be both of their last attempts. Both of them lining up for that final move, and Xavier falls down. What's Maya going to do here? The zip for Maya. Oh, she was so close.
We almost
Maya
had a buzzer
just slipping
beater.
off.
She had both of her hands on at that time, and she did have a grip on that hold, but just wasn't able to stick it.
Looked like her best attempt as well. She really... Other attempts to really push off that foot there. Really gave it her all. You can't blame the effort.
Absolutely. It looked like she had the height she needed there and just wasn't quite able to hold on to it.
Yeah.
Interested to see other climbers getting towards that top hold on the last female boulder, if they're going for more of a grab the edge of that hold or press up into it.
Yeah, it's really hard to say there. Obviously, I haven't tried any of these boulders, but Seems like Maya just needed to get her hips a little bit more in so she could kind of do a little bit more of both. I think she was very much aiming to like pinch the boulder up the top there. It might have been better if she tried to get underneath a little bit more to get a press as well as that pinch.
Yeah.
Off screen, we have Gem on the blue men's 3 boulder. As we see Luke just falling off M4, going for the zone. Gem's slowly moving his way through boulder number 3, the blue boulder.
And we've got Abigail moving towards the top on women's boulder number 4. This is on her first attempt. Oh, and she nails it. She got a flash, I believe, from Abigail on women's boulder 4. She really nailed that last move, and I wonder what the difference was between that attempt and Maya's, what that magic ingredient was.
As we see Gem just topping that blue boulder there as well. Tops all round this round. Now there was one, just Luke, left over on boulder number 4.
Those other 2 climbers have started the send train for this round. So, look, we're looking for a top here. Keep it
Expecting
going.
big things from Luke. As he inches his way, he's kind of tickling the wall to get close to the volume. Slides his foot slowly down the volume to find a better position. He needs to move really slow here, and he's got the time to do so. He tries to do this pseudo cartwheel like we saw earlier as he gets one of his hands to it. Slow and steady here. And he makes the top and makes it look controlled too. That's the first top we've seen on that boulder. Well done. Amazing stuff.
That was super impressive and not something that you can rush. And it looks like we've got Lucy topping on women's boulder number 3 as well. Oh, that was a great round.
Yeah, 4 tops all round.
Love to see it.
Most successful round we've seen so far. All the boulderers must be beaming now, ready for their next boulder.
Well, yeah, hopefully they come back out to their next boulder feeling super good, super hyped up. The send train is on, so non-stop tops for the rest of this round.
So the boulderers don't know what is happening outside of their isolation. So when you're in isolation, this is something that you're familiar with. What are you thinking? Like, what are you trying to do to make sure that you perform at your best when you come out?
I think one of the main things that you're trying to do in ISO, for me anyway, is not listen to anything that's happening outside of ISO, because you can hear the MC, you can hear the music, you can hear, most importantly, the crowd reacting to the climbers. And so that can get you a little bit freaked out if you hear people doing really well and you know you're up next. It can be pretty nerve-wracking. So look, hopefully the climbers are really focusing on their prep. Hopefully they're doing what they can to recover between attempts and coming back out feeling super fresh. I think one of the biggest parts of being a successful competition climber is the mindset. And so for these climbers being in this environment, they just really need to be able to reset, not dwell too much on the falls or the failed attempts, and come back out super fresh every time, ready to kind of give it another crack.
So what I really want to know is, do you ask your other competitors if they topped things or not? Would you be asking?
Ooh, no, I wouldn't. So
No.
for a clarification, I'm a lead climber, so I haven't had this actual experience before of the 5-on-5 off boulder comp. So, you know, for a lead comp, climbers don't come back into ISO, so, you know, there's no opportunity to ask. But when I think about what my mindset is in ISO and how I like to interact with people, I'm not trying to talk to anybody in there. I'm keeping to myself. I'm trying to stay super focused. So if a climber was coming back in, I probably wouldn't even make eye contact with them. But that's just me.
So it's all about your own performance. You don't want to focus on what anyone else is doing, and that's how you find that you perform at your best.
That's it. I actually think that comparing yourself to other climbers, just in general, can be pretty damaging, especially to your mindset. And in a competition scenario, like, it really is between you and the wall. It's the only thing in a competition that you can control is your own performance. So really focusing on that and not how other people are doing is super important. All right, our next climbers are up for their final boulders.
Second last climbers on the last
It seems like Maya is back on Boulder 2. We had a little bit of a slow proceeding when Maya was supposed to get onto Boulder 2, so she might have a rerun here on female 2. No, that's female 1. As we have Angus on the slab, the final slab.
Yep, so these are the second last climbers in the run doing their final boulders.
So I'm not sure if I mentioned before, but Angus and Maya are actually brother and sister, both in the same finals round together. Really impressive here. Two really experienced competitors. So we can see Angus chalking up on the final boulder of his round. Yeah, Priscilla just trying to start her boulder here. She comes into the first crim. Angus is taking it really slow on his boulder. Steps across. He's looking at that final hold. Priscilla's really trying to take it slow here. Really trying not to rush this slab problem as Angus falls off going for that final hold.
Priscilla moving towards that final jump to the top hold. She's going to have to reposition and get her feet up. Looks like she's pretty controlled. Oh, and she just saves almost falling off the wall. I almost thought I had her with the commentator's curse.
Come on, Angus. Come on, Priscilla. We got this.
Angus is back on men's 4. Sticks the zone dyno really cleanly. Angus has got some puzzling to do on this final boulder. Didn't quite seem like he had a great method for reaching that final hold. He might spend a little bit more time up here now, trying to figure out how he's going to get his fingertips over. Seems like a really tenuous and weird finish. We don't usually see the top hold at the so low down on the boulder.
Oh,
Angus just moving a little bit fast there. So the competitors have got to show control to get the top. So what does that mean?
So a lot of people think that control just means holding the hold for 3 seconds or more, and that, you know, it's really good to hold a hold for that long to show control, to make it really, really obvious. But what we're actually looking for is a stable body position. So matching on the hold and being stable. We usually say hold it for 3 seconds just to make it super obvious for the judge, but essentially we're looking for stability on the final hold.
And Angus clearly did not show that definition of stability on that final move there as he's kind of slid off.
You could
Barn
see
doored, as we call it.
as his second hand came onto it, even though he was matched on the hold, his hips were swinging away from the wall, so he didn't actually control it. And that's one way that as a boulder judge we actually look for stability, is to look at the hip position and hip movement when they match the final hold.
Angus is looking to find that point of stability now. He inches over as he drops. He's really trying to drop his heel here as he falls off again, and that is not going to count either. He's getting so close to this boulder, it must be frustrating. As we see Priscilla jumping back on female 4. Done really well to get to the top move a few times, but she's been slipping. Maybe the pressure's getting to her a little bit more at the moment.
And same thing that we've seen for a couple of the other Open B female competitors, getting to this final move consistently and then just not really nailing that jump to the top hold.
Angus is back looking for that top again. He's really got that bottom section dialed.
We're looking for control, we're looking for those hips to stay really stable when he matches that final hold. What we've seen so far is his hips swinging away from the wall. And
oh, I don't know if that's going to count. Is it going to count?
I don't know if that was a buzzer beater.
I don't know if I'd give that one to him. He seemed
That
to have
could go
control for a
either way.
moment.
There was an
just sort
element of control there, but we're not sure if that'll be awarded a top. Let's wait and see.
I think they may have given it to him. Not quite sure yet.
And of course, if a boulderer gets a score that they don't agree with, they can appeal that, and that'll be looked at by the head judge and the jury president. They'll reassess that score to see whether the appeal will stick or not. And so even if he's not awarded the top in the moment, if he appeals and that comes through, then he can be awarded the top later on and the scores will be adjusted.
Come on, guys.
We've got our 2 top-seeded individuals trying the final boulder. So these are the final climbers in the Open B round. We've got Jem sticking the zone on his first try. Very different method to what we saw everyone else do. We kind of saw a rollover method with the left hand with every other competitor. Jem sort of doing some kind of weird parkour move up and sticking it with his right hand with a press. Really cool to see the different variations in beta.
That is super cool. And Lucy's just established on boulder number 4. She took her time to get on this one. It seemed like she was really thinking about how she wanted to start that move. She's well into it now and moving delicately across those volumes. And Jem just comes off going towards the top as well. Lucy definitely taking her time on this boulder. She seems to be hesitating quite a bit.
Seemed like she might have been flustered by a tenuous foot swap earlier as she kind of slips off. She got on the boulder with a lot of confidence and then really struggled with a foot swap, and that might have shaken her a little bit. Maybe made the boulder feel a little bit harder than what it is for her level. As we have Jem eyeing up his weird sort of parkour move again as he presses and catches it with his right. Super interesting. I really like that method. So Lucy is going to be looking to find some more foot space so that she can match this foothold a little bit easier this time as she struggled on her first attempt. We got Jem back on the top of boulder number 4. This move only being done by one other person so far.
Looking a little bit unsure of what to do now that he's in that low position. He's adjusting his feet a bit further down than we've seen with some of the other men. Doesn't quite nail that match.
I reckon he's got to be a little bit slower. A little bit too much speed there from Jem. Maybe getting a little bit flustered. He's had a really good round so far. He could be looking for a first position here or somewhere on the podium. Might be feeling a little bit flustered as we see Lucy trying to step through on this slab, really trying to figure out how to get into that final jumping position.
Lucy again seems to be hesitating, taking her time through this last couple of moves. She knows that she needs to adjust her feet. It seems like she doesn't quite know what she wants to do with them, or is not quite able to get that foot swap that she's looking for. Now we know that slab climbing is super hard. We saw somebody else struggling with slab recently, and that was Janja Garnbret at the Olympics. So look, slab is hard for even the greatest of climbers.
Absolutely.
Requires so much control.
I'm certainly not the largest fan of slab. If I'm not having a competition coming up, I pretty much almost never, you'll never see me on the slab wall unless I've got some kind of comp coming up. Oh, as Jem sticks the final move. He's really excited about that one.
I love to see a climber get to the top of a boulder after multiple attempts. You can see the learning process as they attempt it again and again. You can see them kind of learn the moves. And some climbers will take that and it will freak them out a little bit if they're not nailing it every time. Sometimes they can really get in their heads about it. So when you see somebody actively learning and then nailing it within the round, it's awesome to see.
And that's really what climbing's all about, especially for me. It's that learning of that movement and sort of spending that time to really like establish new movements. And that's what these climbers are trying to do as quickly as possible. And that's where we see that pressure element really coming into play.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so hard for these climbers. They're learning the moves, but they're under so much pressure to get it done in such a short amount of time. it would make it super hard to be able to really execute them perfectly.
We nearly saw a top there right at the end of the boulder round. I think that was the first time Lucy came out for that last move. Just missing it there. Did really well to learn it, as we were talking about before. And that takes us to the end of the Open B bouldering round. All the competitors did a really good job. We can't quite see the scores yet, but the podiums and the results will be announced very soon.
I probably thought about opening a gym within a couple of weeks of trying my first boulder.
Yes, I didn't really think too much of it until we started crunching the numbers and this could really work.
I thought it would be a fun project and a cool place to work, a cool business to run. Started getting in touch with people, finding out more about the industry, but it's been a long process. I don't know if you can see it around, but there's beautiful walls.
Stax has been really good in terms of the, whole process.
Working with the guys from the earliest phase of design through to detailed design and then engineering, and there's challenges thrown up at every step of the way, but they helped us work through every one of those challenges. And we've come up with a beautiful, beautiful result.
The island definitely is, I think, everyone's favorite so far by the sounds of it. It just has a lot of really cool angles that allow for a lot of play in regards to the setting, and it definitely resembles more of an outdoor boulder, which I think is important to a lot of people.
The cave is very daunting. It's huge. What we call Building 22 next door, the sort of comp wall, has turned out beautiful. There's some sort of rolling natural angle changes. It sort of really feels like the type of wall you might encounter outdoors.
As soon as you walk through the glass doors, it's instantly wow.
Our vision for up climbing was really to make a space for people to have fun, as simple as that.
Something that we wanted to focus on to make it a space that people felt comfortable with.
I want it to feel warm, inviting, when you step into the space, instantly relax, I could be here for a while.
I think that's one of the things I love most about bouldering. The physical activity is great, love getting the full body workout. We all know these things, you got strength, flexibility, mobility, but there's a lot of activities that have that too, but it's really the social side of bouldering that I think I fell in love with. And really leaning into that social side, I think that is what draws a lot of people to the sport and keeps them coming back. And so we wanted to emphasize that in our build and some of our design choices. We tried to make spaces for people to connect and to hang with their friends, and really to be a social place.
Yeah, being asked to see if we want to open with the state open titles was really unexpected, but a blessing.
Looking forward to the event in terms of seeing a lot of familiar faces is definitely what gets me excited.
This comp creates a reason for lots of people to come and gather together, and so I think it's just a good thing.
My excitement actually comes from seeing everybody finally walk into those doors and honestly just being able to finally hang out with everyone in our space.
Who are we and what do we do? We study walls, we train, we dance, we climb, we fall, we laugh, we fall, we celebrate. No matter how small or tall the wall is, we all live and breathe this process. How are we able to keep trying again and again? Because of you. We gain courage, psych, and energy from the people around us that empowers us to be better. This is who we are, and this is what we do.
Been volunteering for the last 6 years.
I've been volunteering for about 10 years, so there's lots of roles I've had.
I tend to volunteer as a role of a judge or just any other roles that need to be done.
Yeah, so generally first aid and physiotherapy, otherwise sometimes general dog sporting.
I've done a bit of ISO stewarding, looking after the kids before they go into their final climbs, making sure that they've got everything they need. Seeing kids at their first comp and they're so excited and like nervous, but and they're also supportive of each other. It's really nice to see.
I started off just being around and being an usher, helping with timing, being assistant judge. But now, yeah, belaying's my favourite role.
We need the volunteers to kind of just be seamlessly float in and out and help us execute it as best as possible.
Just, yeah, getting used to that comp vibe and settling in and doing your job well.
Whether it's a timer or just a isolation manager, whatever it happens to be, I'll be there just to help out and make sure everything goes smoothly.
Judging at a climbing competition is a learning curve, but there's excellent resources to help and also help with other volunteers that are more experienced than you in most cases.
As an athlete, it teaches me the things that I should be looking out for myself when I'm actually competing.
Oh, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, turning up and meeting all the new people, finding out your role and where you're going to be.
Dean will run around, bring snacks to you. That's fantastic.
Usually there's a bit of like social catch up with all your friends that you see at these competitions.
The things I enjoy most about volunteering is probably the people that you get to meet.
I enjoy that there's that whole social community around the volunteering part.
I love the friendships that I've got from volunteering. I've got some friends that I've had for over 10 years now.
I just enjoy being in the thick of it, I guess. Like the comps are so much fun and just the vibe and the enthusiasm and yeah, just feeling like you're a part of something.
You know, and you meet coaches, you meet route setters, you meet a huge cross-section of an industry that is still growing.
And I love that we can take this to another level, so you can do your state volunteering, but you can go right through the IFSC on that World Cup level, which would be amazing.
All the events I've done have been like really excellent experiences.
It's a way that I can really contribute with my skill set, so I can give back to the community and use my skills to the best of my ability.
I think the big thing for me when it comes to volunteering is giving back to the sport that gives me so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Victorian State Open Boulder Titles 2024. My name is Angus Cameron, and I am joined in the commentary box with Sarah La. How's it been going in this? We've seen the Open Bs just compete. We saw a really exciting competition that started with not very many tops. How did the round go?
It was a super exciting round. It kind of ended on a really good high. We had so many tops towards the end of the round. And as we had a look at the YouTube comments while we were between rounds, and as somebody said in there, the Open B categories were pretty stacked, so it was really, really
Absolutely,
competitive.
yeah.
Really cool boulders.
We're going to throw to some highlights now of the round that we just saw, so we'll be catching you in a minute. Sorry, not the Open B highlights, but we're going to be throwing to some of the qualifiers for the Open A's and Bs. Welcome back, everyone. At the moment, we have the route setters just setting up the final finishing touches of each route for the Open A's. What kind of field do we have for today, Sarah?
We actually have an amazing field. We are missing a couple of big names in Australian climbing, but look, we got plenty of really amazing climbers to make up for that. We've got Australian national team members, we've got internationals, we've got youth climbers. It's actually a really diverse and exciting field.
Absolutely. We're just watching the boulders go up right now. They're looking very dynamic. As someone who's competed in the past, when I look at these boulders, I cannot see any sort of intended route myself personally, but I'm sure we'll kind of get to know the boulders as we see them, as we see the really seasoned competitors climbing them.
And
really,
I think with boulders that maybe don't have really obvious beta, we are also going to see a lot of creativity from the field as well. So depending on how our different climbers read these boulders, we're probably going to see quite a diverse range of beta. And I love a beta break. That's what I always want to see.
Absolutely. It also, we've got some notes from some of the competitors they filled out in isolation with their strengths, and we see a really diverse range of abilities throughout. Sarah and I, we both know a fair few of the competitors, and we've seen them all climb, all harboring their own sorts of talents and different individual strengths. There's some that we may have not both seen in a comp circuit before. Some people, as we said, from different countries coming over, maybe not so for this competition, but they have been training in Australia for the last couple of months. We're really keen to see how they perform.
Yeah, it brings a little bit of extra excitement into the field because we have these kind of unknowns. So really exciting to see how they go. Looks like the boulders are, pretty awesome.
Yeah, the route setters work really tirelessly.
They've been non-stop.
Yeah, absolutely. From yesterday onwards, they've just been going absolutely crazy trying to get these boulders finished. And even when they know and they set the boulders, their job doesn't end. Like, it didn't end yesterday. They've still got to come back today, and they have to reset these boulders over and over again. Even though they'd already spent all that time yesterday trying to set them, they're coming back today and they're having to remember what they put on different places. They're making final tweaks. It seems like a very stressful situation for these route setters.
And they're watching carefully throughout the different rounds. So in qualifying, they're watching the climbers and seeing how they go on the qualifying boulders. And then they're tweaking the final boulders based on the results of the qualifiers. And then in terms of the finals and the qualifiers as well, they're watching really closely to see if they're getting the separation in the round that they're aiming for.
So now we're going to throw it to the owner of Up Climbing, and we're going to see just how everything here came together today.
I probably thought about opening a gym within a couple of weeks of trying my first boulder.
Yes, I didn't really think too much of it until we started crunching the numbers and this could really work.
I thought it would be a fun project and a cool place to work, a cool business to run. Started getting in touch with people, finding out more about the industry, but it's been a long process. I don't know if you can see it around, but there's beautiful walls.
Stax has been really good in terms of the, whole process.
Working with the guys from the earliest phase of design through to detailed design and then engineering, and there's challenges thrown up at every step of the way, but they helped us work through every one of those challenges, and we've come up with a beautiful, beautiful result.
The island definitely is, I think, everyone's favorite so far by the sounds of it. It just has a lot of really cool angles that allow for a lot of play in regards to the setting, and it definitely resembles more of an outdoor boulder, which I think is important to a lot of people.
The cave is very daunting. It's huge. What we call Building 22 next door, the sort of comp wall, has turned out beautiful. There's some sort of rolling natural angle changes. It sort of really feels like the type of wall you might encounter outdoors.
As soon as you walk through the glass doors, it's instantly wow.
Our vision for Up Climbing was really to make a space for people to have fun, as simple as that.
Something that we wanted to focus on to make it a space that people felt comfortable with.
I want it to feel warm, inviting, when you step into the space, instantly relax, I could be here for a while.
I think that's one of the things I love most about bouldering. The physical activity is great, love getting the full body workout. We all know these things, you got strength, flexibility, mobility, but there's a lot of activities that have that too, but it's really the social side of bouldering that I think I fell in love with. And really leaning into that social side, I think that is what draws a lot of people to the sport and keeps them coming back. And so we wanted to emphasize that in our build and some of our design choices. We tried to make spaces for people to connect and to hang with their friends, and really to be a social place.
Yeah, being asked to see if we want to open with the state open titles was really unexpected, but a blessing.
Looking forward to the event in terms of seeing a lot of familiar faces is definitely what gets me excited.
This comp creates a reason for lots of people to come and gather together, and so I think it's just a good thing.
My excitement actually comes from seeing everybody finally walk into those doors and honestly just being able to finally hang out with everyone in our space.
Hello and welcome back. We're going to talk a little bit about our sponsors now. Stax Climbing, our main sponsor. You can see on our walls all around the route setting team putting them up. We've got all these really fresh Stax volumes getting put up for their first time. Really cool set of volumes. They get to, route setters get a lot more creativity with these volumes. They get to sort of mash them all together, and without their help, we wouldn't be able to run this comp today. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of really cool volume stacking in this round in particular, and you can see these amazing 3D shapes that they're able to make with those volumes. Really changing the profile of the walls, so super cool. And the purple slopers, the dual text ones that we saw in the Open B round, we'll see those again in slightly different configurations. Those are also Stax macros, so really excited to have them on board as a sponsor. We've also got 5 Foot Shop, so that's a clothing apparel brand run by a local climber down in Melbourne. Super really cute, cool. Yeah, climbing kind of themed t-shirts with cute characters and yeah. Absolutely. We've also got Climbing Gems. The owner of Climbing Gems is also on MC tonight. They make some really cool custom chalk bags. They're doing a really great job at the moment emceeing for this event. Next up we have Chalk Up. Chalk Up is another really cool apparel brand. Do they venture into any other areas or?
I know they make chalk brushes, but I think that their signature item is their climbing pants. I know they've done a lot of development over the past couple of years trying to really perfect the climbing pant. And I feel like they've made it. They got 20% off tonight, so if you're here, go and pick up a pair of pants.
Yeah, super stretchy. I've tried them on before. Absolutely designed for all of the demands of climbing. They just feel really comfy to have on, and they are also stylish while having a really good functionality to them. Last up, we have Druid Climbing Holds. Really great hold manufacturer based out of Melbourne. Really passionate individual who runs the business as well.
Yeah, really amazing, like wooden custom-made holds. He also makes a range of hangboards and other training tools. You might have seen him around the owner, Ben. He brings his crimp wrestler to a lot of different climbing events around Melbourne, which is a really fun little like crimp like toy. I don't know how to explain it. You wrestle with crimps. It's a crimp wrestler.
Yeah, and we've seen the owner of Druid Holds actually around here today just volunteering. Sarah, you've done a little bit of volunteering today. I've done a little bit of volunteering. You've spent the whole day here.
Yeah.
I was here for a little bit. I was trying to save my voice a little bit for commentary, but I just want to chat a little bit about the experience you had today. What was it like?
Good call on not volunteering all day, by the way. I've been here since 7 a.m. I've been a judge for 3 rounds of climbing so far. So it's been an absolutely massive day for me, but it's been really exciting being able to, I guess, give back to the competition climbing scene because I benefit from volunteers at every competition that I climb at. So it's really, really fun for me to be able to kind of be involved from a different perspective. So, I mean, if I wasn't competing here today, you know, I wanted to come anyway. So, you know,
Absolutely,
may as well do a little job on the way.
Yeah, we're always looking for more volunteers for every competition that we do. I had a really great time today. We used to have a lot of competitions where we were understaffed in terms of volunteers, but these days we seem to have a really good community coming together to make sure that these comps are running. Volunteers get free food, and that is why I come every single time.
Free
and
food,
the community
good
is
vibes.
great.
Yeah, it's super
great
fun
vibes.
day.
Yeah, we always get a little bit of a room to ourselves as well to chill.
I think we've got a little video package here from some of our volunteers. Let's check it out.
I've been volunteering for the last 6 years.
I've been volunteering for about 10 years, so there's lots of roles I've had.
I tend to volunteer as a role of a judge or just any other roles that need to be done.
Yeah, so generally first aid and physiotherapy, otherwise sometimes general dog sporting.
I've done a bit of ISO stewarding, looking after the kids before they go into their final climbs, making sure that they've got everything they need. Seeing kids at their first comp and they're so excited and like nervous, but and they're also supportive of each other. It's really nice to see.
I started off just being around and being an usher, helping with timing, being assistant judge. But now, yeah, belaying's my favourite role.
We need the volunteers to kind of just be seamlessly float in and out and help us execute it as best as possible.
Just, getting used to that comp vibe and settling in and doing your job well.
Whether it's a timer or just a isolation manager, whatever it happens to be, I'll be there just to help out and make sure everything goes smoothly.
Judging at a climbing competition is a learning curve, but there's excellent resources to help and also help with other volunteers that are more experienced than you in most cases.
As an athlete, it teaches me the things that I should be looking out for myself when I'm actually competing.
Oh, it's such an exciting day. Yeah, turning up and meeting all the new people, finding out your role and where you're going to be.
Dean will run around, bring snacks to you. That's fantastic.
Usually there's a bit of like social catch up with all your friends that you see at these competitions.
The things I enjoy most about volunteering is probably the people that you get to meet.
I enjoy that there's that whole social community around the volunteering part.
I love the friendships that I've got from volunteering. I've got some friends that I've had for over 10 years now.
I just enjoy being in the thick of it, I guess. Like the comps are so much fun and just the vibe and the enthusiasm and just feeling like you're a part of something
and you meet coaches, you meet route setters, you meet a huge cross-section of an industry that is still growing.
And I love that we can take this to another level, so you can do your state volunteering, but you can go right through the IFSC on that World Cup level, which would be amazing.
All the events I've done have been like really excellent experiences.
It's a way that I can really contribute with my skill set, so I can give back to the community and use my skills to the best of my ability.
I think the big thing for me when it comes to volunteering is giving back to the sport that gives me so much.
So if anybody likes the idea of volunteering, if you like that video package, then definitely come along to our next event. I think we've got the youth Boulder titles coming up somewhere around the 20th of December. Can't quite get that time right. But
That sounds about right. We've also got the open lead titles towards the end of November, I believe. So plenty of opportunities left this year to get involved with volunteering with Sport Climbing Victoria. Just follow them on Instagram. Follow at Oz Climbing as well, because they repost everything to do with Australian climbing on Instagram, and so you won't miss out on any opportunities.
Yeah, it's a really good way to get involved with our comp climbing community as well. There's so many people that volunteer that are all the way from complete beginners all the way up to literal World Cup competitors in our volunteering team. So if you want to be around those kinds of people and you want to meet some new people in the climbing world that might give you some new perspectives, definitely come along to our next events and see what it's all about.
And don't forget that we have the Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics in 2032. And so if you want to volunteer at the Olympics, you have that opportunity in the not too distant future. So you really need to get training now.
Absolutely. You might get your 5 seconds of fame on the TV at some point. So if you want to be there, you got to start right now.
That's it.
So we're going to chat a little bit about Sarah's World Cup experience. So as I'm going to go through your stats in your comps again if you didn't hear it earlier. Sarah is a gold medalist at a World Cup. She's got 6 silver medals and she's a vice world champion. So like these competitors, what's it sort of like when you first arrive at a comp? What are you sort of feeling, and what are the emotions that are going through, and what's the process?
I think it has to be different for every single competitor. For me, I tend to get into like a really kind of serious, focused headspace, and that works for me. Some people like to keep it a little bit lighter. I know we have one of our men's competitors that's written on their form today that they had to stop themselves from smiling so that they can stay focused during World Cups. So it's different for everybody.
So we're on to our first round. We're going to have our first 2 competitors out, which are Harper Migios and Kira Larson. Sorry, I made a mistake there. We're going through our competitors who have made it here to finals.
So our athletes being presented on the mats right now. We've got men's climbers coming out.
So we have Kira Larson, Noemi, Roxy Perry, Tao Murasawa, Charlotte Garden, and Claire Sheffings. Really experienced group there. We just missed the men. So on the men's side, we have Harper Migios, Dylan Marlowe, Kataro Hirasawa, Riley Thurston, Enrico Capano, and Ned Middlehurst.
All right, so our athletes heading back into ISO. They'll be coming out one at a time. We're doing observation first. So 2 minutes of viewing each problem. Angus, why don't you talk us through what the athletes are doing during observation and what they're allowed to do?
So number one thing they're going to be looking for is the method to get to the top of the boulder. So they're going to be chatting to each other, trying to figure out the easiest way that they can reach that top hold and those zone holds. Right now, what they're allowed to do, they're allowed to touch the wall, they're allowed to touch any of the holds that have the starting tape on them. So you'll see that there's 4 points per hold for starting tape. They can spend as much time as they want looking at those boulder. Spend as much time as they want looking at the boulder over that 2 minute period, and they're going to chat to their other competitors to really get a great idea of different methodologies that they're going to use to get to the top of each boulder.
It's super interesting to see them working out the problem together and sharing beta, considering, they're competitors.
Absolutely. But really, in the end, these climbers, they're so experienced, they really know that the only thing that they're competing against is the boulder that is on the wall,
That's
and they're
it.
just trying to get the best result per boulder that they can possibly get. They're not going to be so worried about the other competitors. It's all about them performing at their best. And at the end of the day, that's all that you can really ask for as a competitor.
That's it. It's really the climber versus the wall. And the only thing you can control in a competition is yourself and your own performance. So we do see a lot of beta sharing. Angus, are you sharing beta on the mats?
I share some, yes, but if I'm a tall competitor, so a lot of the time my beta ends up being quite different to other people. If I see something that I think I can only do, I might keep it to myself, but a lot of the time the general beta I'm going to be trying to chat through with everyone, because if I share beta, they're going to share it with me.
So true.
And ultimately, the more opinions you can get, the better. And everyone's friends there. A lot of these people are, as I said, seasoned competitors, and they all know each other quite well. So they all want to see each other do as best as they can, within the restraints of a competition, obviously.
Absolutely. And obviously, they're all very individual people who have different strengths and weaknesses, different climbing styles. They're going to be approaching these boulders, in their own way. So even though they're talking through the beta together, we might not actually see them all climb it in the same way. And in terms of being able to share perspective, it's super helpful to be able to have, maybe an intended beta in mind, but also a couple of backup plans in case you get on the boulder and it's not quite what you thought it was.
Absolutely, and we might see those backup plans be a little bit more hidden. A lot of the time you'll see some athletes try the exact same beta when they first walk onto the mats, but then if that beta doesn't work in the end, they end up kind of riffing off like their own style and just kind of working out what they're doing, and that's where we're going to really see like the individual flavor of each athlete really coming to light.
It can be a little bit frustrating as a spectator sometimes when you watch a climber come out and attempt the same thing over and over and over again and not get any further.
Totally.
But I think a lot of climbers, they really are committing in those situations. And look, I think that you have to kind of understand that they know the boulder at that point and they're pretty sure that their beta's going to work. Is it going to work in 4 minutes? Maybe not.
Yeah, who knows? That's the thing. And it's all about learning the best method to get through a boulder in the least amount of attempts. So if you haven't watched a bouldering round before, basically the goal is whoever gets the most tops and zones in the least amount of attempts will be crowned the winner. There is a lot more nuance to the rules, but that is the general gist of what we're watching today.
That's it. If you watch the Olympics recently, you would see a slightly different scoring method for the bouldering, where we had a low zone and a top zone. Angus, do you have any comments on which method you prefer?
Well, I mean, I've never done the Olympic method, obviously, because I'm not I'm not an Olympian, but I did actually enjoy that point system quite a bit in the way that I liked seeing. I liked seeing the climbers have to navigate through 3 different cruxes rather than 2. So a lot of the time what we see on boulders is a starting position that might be quite challenging, a challenging few moves to get to a zone, and a challenging few moves to get to a top. When we were watching the Olympics, what I found so interesting was that there seemed to be 3 separate challenging sections to a route. And I think for a viewing experience, that was really interesting. For a competitor, I'm not sure it would have been the most fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I did quite like the scoring process they used for lead climbing in the Olympics, though. Being able to actually get a higher score based on your position on the wall instead of being scored on your ranking, which is usually what's done in Lead World Cups. I quite like that.
Yeah. I definitely think it'll be interesting to see some different adaptations of that point system in the future, because obviously we're in an ever-evolving sport still. Lots of different rules are changing. There's lots of different styles of competitions as well that we've seen over the past couple of years.
And a lot of experimentation happening on a more social level in terms of comp climbing. We're seeing all sorts of different formats of competition, and I think it's really exciting to kind of see how it evolves over time.
Did you see Legends Only this year?
Was that the one that didn't have gender categories?
Not quite, but Legends Only was a different sort of format where they actually had competitors practice on the boulders hours before they actually got to go on it. So we saw a really high level of competition there.
You know what I call that?
What's that?
A masterclass.
A masterclass, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a really interesting competition. It'd be really cool to start seeing those kinds of things adapted in Australia, and I'm sure we will with the rise in popularity, especially over these last couple of years. What have we been seeing at the gyms lately?
The gyms are going off. Boulder gyms in Melbourne in particular are absolutely crazy, especially since, like, obviously the popularity of the Olympics. Bouldering has blown up in particular. We're seeing a lot more experimentation in a lot of bouldering gyms. There are quite a few in Melbourne that actually dedicate particular walls to more experimental style boulders, which is really interesting to see. There's a lot of creativity and route setting, especially in bouldering.
Absolutely, and as we speak now, this is the first time people have been climbing in this gym in particular. It's very much capitalized on the rise of bouldering. We're at Up Climbing right now. This is kind of their showcase night, and it's been a really, really great event. Some really nice things coming out of this gym. I love the color scheme, what we're seeing here. The lighting in here during the qualifiers was brilliant. Something that we see a lot of is a lot of dark, dingy gyms, and it makes it sometimes hard to stay in for a while. But with this space, the lighting in here really made it quite inviting to stay in here, especially for us who are volunteering most of the day. It just makes the experience really nice. Up Climbing's definitely hosted a really great event here, and we're excited to kind of see what they have to hold in the future.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see another bouldering gym open. So Up Climbing is in Balaclava. It's right near the train station, lots of nice restaurants and shops around, and I can tell you firsthand that the coffee here is really good.
Absolutely.
So once they're open to the public, make sure you come down and check it out.
Yeah, Sarah and I have definitely been drinking a lot of coffees today to stay excited. Not to stay excited, we're very excited to be watching this, but just to stay awake mostly.
To stay awake, for sure, yeah. We're really excited to see how this boulder round goes. Absolutely stacked fields, super diverse.
I think they might be on their last read for the night before they go back into isolation. We spoke a little bit about isolation in the Open Bs, but for anyone that missed the live stream earlier, what are the climbers doing in isolation and how are they approaching it?
So isolation, I guess firsthand, is so the climbers can't see the boulders or the routes or can't see the climbers climbing them during their attempts. What they're doing in there, first off, they're warming up. So this is where they go when they, like right before they start the round, warm up for their round. They're really trying to get into that competition headspace. A lot of them are climbing together, especially like in Boulder World Cups, for example. You see a lot of climbers from different teams teaming up and setting each other boulders and trying to challenge each other in the warm-up space, but really preparing to come out and compete and getting into that competition mindset is super important.
Do you find yourself more of a person that sort of sits in a corner and goes really quiet, or are you quite open in the isolation zone, talking with everyone else and making boulders? And
I think that my ISO style is evolving over time. Definitely in the beginning of my comp experiences, I was very much keep to myself, stay super focused. I was really nervous to talk to other people. And now that I think I know a lot more people in the competition circuit, and you see the same people in ISO again and again, I feel a little bit freer to go around and to talk to people and to warm up with other people. It's also really hard, as an Australian paraclimber, I'm often in ISO on my own, the only Australian that's in there. And so being able to make friends and network with other teams has been really important. So yeah, I think I'm loosening up in ISO for sure.
Absolutely, and that's tended to be the experience of a lot of our Australian climbers at the moment. We're just waiting for some more stars to kind of come up onto the scene and show the world kind of what Australia is capable of in this sport. We're seeing a lot more kind of get to that level at the moment, but we're still behind a lot of those nations that are really up the top. What kind of countries are we seeing dominate the World Cup circuit at the moment when you're there?
Absolutely, we're seeing amazing things across paraclimbing and the open scene from France and Japan. Those two countries are absolutely dominant in climbing. USA obviously is up there as well. And I think that what we're seeing is a lot of the countries that are hosting the Olympics are putting a lot more funding into their climbing teams, both open and para. And so we're seeing massive developments out of these countries through Olympic pathways. And look, we've got the Olympics coming up in 2032. So hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of that in Australia as well.
Absolutely, and hopefully we're going to see some stars come out tonight. We're just about to get going here. The isolation marshal is waiting to pull the first competitor out. First two competitors are going to be Harper Medjios and Kira Larson.
Super excited to see how they go on these boulders. And as I predicted, we've got absolutely packed gym full of spectators for our Open A finals. They're all over the floor, they're all over the mats.
They're not even watching the first boulder. They look like they're waiting for the first people to run out of ISO for the big cheer. We're kind of anticipating now. We're all sort of sitting here in a bit of a calm before the storm at the moment.
We're all ready for it.
Yeah, we're all excited.
It's right around the corner.
Seems like we're going to get our first athlete out.
Amping up the crowd. We're so ready for it, and it looks like our first boulders might be on that slab that we finished on with Open B. Is that right? That's where our camera's pointing, but I can't see the labels. We are so close to our first athletes coming
A lot of anticipation going on in the crowd right now. The MC is hyping everybody up at the moment. We have Kira waiting at the isolation, ready to come out.
Let's go,
Here
Kira.
they come. Kira Larson and Harper Medjios straight onto the mats now. Really exciting futures for these two. They're both young competitors we've seen a lot in the youth circuits. They've qualified in 6th position, meaning they're going to be coming out in first. They're going to brush the boulders. What does the brushing do for them?
So over time, the chalk is going to build up on those holds. And look, a little bit of the chalk on the holds is good. You don't really want a really raw hold that's super fresh. It's way too much friction. But too much is also going to make it super slippery. So brushing off the excess so that they have the right level of friction to be able to hold onto the hold. Hold onto the hold.
Kira is using that friction really well right now as she's eyeing up the zone hold. She drops into that undercling and just gets it, and that is not going to count as a zone. You need control when you hit that zone. We saw Harper, we just missed him off screen. I believe he just got the top on the first boulder, first try. Yeah, as he walks off, that's a confirmation. So Harper Medjios flashing the first boulder, putting him in a really good position for the rest of the round.
Really good effort on that first boulder. Hopefully at some point we'll see a replay of that because I didn't see it. Did you, Angus?
No, I missed it. I wish I saw it, but I'm sure we'll see some other competitors getting to the top.
Absolutely, and Kira's back on women's one. Kira's home gym is Boulder Lab. I see Kira in the gym there all the time. That's where I climb as well. Kira's also always flashing my projects.
Absolutely, yeah. She's one of the coaches that works with me, actually, at Bayside Rock as well. Really, really experienced competitor. Been going since Open C. Since Junior C.
Amazing use of body
makes the
positioning
zone.
here. Oh.
Balls out of that move.
What an
Kira is
effort.
really renowned for her use of flexibility. She is super mobile, and it looks like that last move is kind of a spin around into the split, so we might see something special here.
We love a little facing the crowd moment at a boulder comp. That's always super exciting. I wonder if they said it because they know the crowd likes it.
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't seen it at a Vic comp before.
No,
This might be
neither
the
have
first
I.
time we see something like this. The route setters have really gone all out to make this really special, I think.
Absolutely. And as Angus mentioned before, this is a brand new gym. It's not even open to the public yet. So the climbers we have here today are the first climbers in this gym. And Kira's back on, approaching the zone again.
She's in that undercling as she moves into the zone hold. Looks like she's about to do that spin around move that we were talking about. Want to see something special here from Kira. She's really struggling with that zone as she spins around and just misses the volume off to the left.
She really needs to stab that foot pretty hard into the volume on the other side. It looks like she might be a little bit too low in the position at the moment.
I think so.
Hips are a little bit far from the wall. Hopefully she can have another crack at it. Really needs to stay very upright and very balanced, I think, in that move.
Kira is a very, very focused athlete, so we can definitely expect to see some really big adjustments from her to make sure that she can get to the top of this boulder. She's been climbing for such a long time, and I've seen it firsthand. She can figure things out, and she can break things. It happens all the time when I see her climbing, so we could see something pretty special tonight with Kira. slips off just going for that zone hold there, falling off a little bit earlier. Hopefully that doesn't play on her mind at all. She jumps straight back on.
Can
Time
see
becoming a factor.
The level of commitment and persistence, jumping back on that boulder with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Okay. Oh, and falls
Just
off before
slips
the
off.
zone
She might have
here.
time for another attempt. Hopefully, no, she's coming off. Well done, Kira.
An amazing
Great first
attempt.
boulder.
I think we got a flash to the zone on that one, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah.
I may have missed that. It was either 1 or 2 attempts. So
Yeah.
Kira did quite well on that first boulder. So now we're going to have Dylan Marlowe for the males and Noemi Lehigh Katie, sorry.
Now, Noemi is coming to us from Montreal, Canada, which is pretty exciting. She's climbed at the Canadian Nationals before and only started competing in 2023, so super exciting to have her in this comp.
Absolutely. As we get a bit more vision of that first men's boulder that Dylan Marlowe's on as well now. Dylan actually injured his bicep in the qualifiers, so we might see a bit of a lack of power on a move like this, requiring quite the wind-up. Dylan's also a youth speed world world competitor as he sticks that zone hold.
Pretty diverse and awesome. Oh, top for Dylan. It's really good. Yeah, to see somebody so competitive in both bouldering and speed climbing, it's not super common.
Yeah, Dylan is certainly one that trains very, very hard to make sure. It's really good to see him getting the top there.
Being a boulderer and a speed climber is almost like being a multi-sport athlete. They're so different.
It's like running the 100 and doing archery, I would say.
Yep.
Maybe there's a little bit more similarities than that, but
It's something
they are
like
certainly
that.
very different.
Yeah.
As we say, Noemi inching towards that zone hold. She obtains the zone. I'm not quite sure if that was her first time as she falls. That zone may not count. You have to show control on the zone hold to obtain the zone. So what does that mean, control?
So control means establishing a controlled body position off a hold. And also, in terms of a zone, we want to see using that zone hold to either stabilize your body position or positively moving off that hold. So it's not just touching it and it's not even just matching it. It's using that hold to either stabilize yourself or to move towards the top.
Yeah, so that zone might come down to the judge. So I guess we'll have to wait and see to see the scores there. So I think we can see down in the bottom she has not been awarded that zone yet.
Yeah. And hasn't been able to get to that spin around move that we saw Kira get to. She seems
really
to be slipping off that volume.
Yeah, really struggling with that first section. What has she got to do to stick to that volume? What's some points of advice that you would have for her if you were a coach?
Man, when it comes to standing on volumes, I don't have any advice because I don't know how to do it either. Volumes are scary for me. So for those who don't know me, I'm a below knee amputee and I climb with a prosthetic leg and I have no ankle flexion. So that's scary.
Yeah.
But in terms of what I do know, she really wants to be kind of being as far into the volume as you can. Oh, look, it's so steep. You can see it on your screen right now. That is an incredibly steep, slippery volume. She really needs to keep her heel dropped and just put as much pressure through her foot as she can. Something that I'm really bad at, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so scary in a competition to place all that weight through your foot, especially when you're on something you can't trust. It's kind of like a little counterintuitive. The less you can trust it, the more you probably should be pressing through it to make sure it stays.
Yeah, being able to commit to really putting pressure through your foot on a hold like that, so scary.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we say, Naomi walking off the stage there, running out of time. So next up, we're going to have Katoro and Roxy Perry. Roxy Perry is a seasoned competitor, been part of the Australian team for numerous years.
Yeah, she's been a member of the Australian team since 2011.
Yeah, so long.
And she's still competing overseas. She literally just got back from competing in the European Lead World Cups, and she's heading off to another World Cup in Korea in October.
Yeah. She's a Tasmanian climber. She's won Australian championships. Oh, as we see a really scary fall there. Hopefully we don't see any blood after that. He seemed to scrape his arm down that first volume.
Pretty gnarly jump.
Kotaro is fresh from Japan in Australia at the moment, climbing out of Urban Climb. He is a Youth Japan Cup bronze medalist, which is a massive deal, as we were talking about before. Japan is a very competitive country.
Yeah, if you are watching or have been watching the Youth World Championships over the past couple of weeks, you would see a super strong Youth Japan team. Obviously, their open team is crushing it as well. So to be able to podium at a Japanese national event is huge.
Massive. Roxy's moving through the zone hold now. She's really struggling to use that crimp. She's maybe not thinking about that turnaround move as much as we saw Kira trying it. Or now it looks like she's going to commit to it. The crowd giving her a little bit of encouragement when they saw it as she slips off. Didn't quite commit to it properly.
The crowd definitely giving her a little hint towards the beta in that way. Yeah. As soon as she faced the crowd, they started going off.
Yeah. Kotaro has managed to make it to the zone, and he's just looking at that top hold now, trying to figure out how to get there. He says his favorite type of climbing style is crimps as he makes the top on a boulder that I don't think I saw a single crimp on. So well done to Kotaro.
Yeah, amazing effort.
Composure.
Now, Roxy, according to Roxy, is more of a lead specialist. So to see her crushing in Boulder is super exciting. I mean, I think she's an amazing all-rounder climber and has been crushing, obviously, on the Australian team since 2011. She is also a part owner of Rocket Derwent Park Climbing Gym in Tasmania. They opened last year. I haven't been there yet, but it looks like an amazing gym.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been there either, but from the photos that I've seen, their training section looks state of the art, and that's really what we're trying to aim towards with our Australian climbing scene at the moment. We're hoping to see some more gyms pop up that really want to invest in that that training side of climbing to make sure that our team performs at the best we can on the world stage, especially as we get to Brisbane 2032.
Absolutely.
We see Roxy coming into the match back into that zone hold. We're hoping to see her complete that spin move, or she might decide to do something slightly different as the minute clock beeps. She's limited in time here, so this could be her last attempt.
No.
She decides to match the hold. She might be changing her method here. You might see something different.
She definitely doesn't want to spin around. She's really committed to the right hand on that hold now, which is going to make that turnaround move hard if she wants to go back to that. So I think we're going to see a foot swap here.
Yeah, we saw her laughing on the wall just a moment ago. She's a little bit perplexed potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, she might be coming back to really change her method. Don't really know what she's going for here. It looks like a bit of a blend of the two as she starts that turnaround. Oh, just misses the volume.
She didn't quite reach it. She was centimeters away from that volume on the volume.
Yeah, so we have Roxy with one zone on that.
Coach.
Oh, that's hard to say. I feel like it depends on the individual a lot of the time. I think a lot of people would benefit from a lot of like strength training and stuff because some people have been sitting at like sort of a certain level of strength for a really long period of time. But it really depends. There are certainly some really high-end climbers who do zero S&C.
Absolutely.
Amazing to me because I feel like S&C has been something that's really helped my climbing.
It has for me as well.
Yeah.
I think it was absolute game changer when I started strength training. Really took my climbing to another level.
Totally.
But, you know, that was probably something that was missing in my repertoire. But definitely good to like get over a plateau as well, I find, just mixing it up in general.
Totally. Going between the two is definitely a great strategy. As we see Tao pulling into that zone hold now. She's seeming to cruise this. She says she loves crimps, according to Tao. She's finding the matching on this crimp very easy compared to the other competitors. She's just swapping hands left, right, and center.
Tao is one of our most impressive local youth climbers. She's at every single competition and she's crushing all over the country. She came first this year in the Island Crown, second in West Coast Blocks, and second in something else that I can't read on her information sheet. But seriously, I've seen Tao around Melbourne for years and constantly crushing at boulder comps. I've seen her beat grown men in social boulder comps. She's amazing.
Yeah, it's almost weird not to see her on the podium these
Totally.
days. She's always up there with the best.
And she's one of those climbers that makes really, really complex things look super easy.
Absolutely,
Very
yeah.
deceptive.
Yeah. We've also got Riley on the mats at the moment. He is a Youth World Cup finalist. So again, a really seasoned competitor in Riley Thurston here. See what he has for us today. Just missing that hold, I think, on his third attempt. Tao owning that crimp there. Just swapping hands, seeming like it's nothing compared to the other competitors.
Yeah.
She seems like she wants to go with a face-on approach here. As she slips really spooky fall. We heard a bang. I hope
And
she's
she
okay.
was trying to go for the foot swap as well. Also didn't want to try the turnout move. I'm interested. Straight off the wall.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, keen to see if she tries that method again or if she wants to commit to the turnout.
Yeah, almost punished for that move on that attempt. Like, she tried to foot swap, but she took a really nasty fall. We heard a bang over here in the commentary box. We hope she's okay. But we may not see that method again as we see Riley lining up the men's one, really struggling with this first move.
Now, in terms of Tao coming off the wall, the one thing I know about youth climbers is, they recover pretty well.
Absolutely.
I reckon she's fine.
Something we definitely envy a lot.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. Lots of confidence with Tao again coming back into that first position. She puts her left foot on the hold again.
Yeah, she certainly didn't let that fall shake her. She's still looking super confident on that boulder.
As she goes for the beta, we think is probably intended, but not quite getting there with the leg span. As we see Riley go again off screen, he just missed again. Riley really struggling to get to that first zone hold.
Let's see what Tao learnt from that attempt, see if she commits to that turnout move again, and see if she can stick it this time. We've got less than a minute on the clock.
See both competitors on the wall right now. Let's see if we can see something special. Riley not quite getting enough power there on the coordination move. Tao nearly sticking it. Just both competitors getting so close here.
Yep.
Riley really struggling to stand on that volume, I think. I think we're seeing a lot of struggle on these slopey volumes in this comp today. But Riley seeming a little bit frustrated as he rapid fires that first move.
He's not giving up though, and I love to see persistence from a climber. Really
and
good
they're
effort
going
on
to
that.
time out, unfortunately. Really good tenacity from those two competitors. Okay, now we have Enrico and Charlotte coming out onto the field. Enrico is from Spain, I believe. He's been in Australia for a year or so. Italy, sorry. Yes, of course. He's Italian.
Because everything he wrote on his information sheet to us is about pizza.
Yes, how could I forget? I clearly didn't read it well enough. But yes, he loves his pizza apparently.
And Charlotte's from England by way of Tasmania. I love both of these people. They are like really kind of top-notch Melbourne climbing people. I'm so glad that Charlotte came to Melbourne after many years in Tasmania. She's an amazing coach. I got to do a training block with her recently and super creative, super fun person and just absolute crusher on the wall.
Absolutely. Both of these climbers are huge personalities in our Victorian climbing scene. Big social media presences. Enrico's got a YouTube channel. Charlotte has a pretty popular Instagram.
Enrico is like a dyno king.
Absolutely,
So many youth climbers go to him specifically for like dynamic coordination training. I could learn a thing or two from him for sure.
Enrico and I actually share a competitor in the youth circuit named Renee. Shout out to Renee. He'll be watching this now as Enrico sticks that first move.
Nice, Enrico. We know Renee is living it up in the YouTube comments right now.
Yeah, he's been blowing up in the YouTube comments. He's over in China right now for the Youth World Champs.
Amazing.
Oh, he'd be cheering on Enrico right now as he just drops that top move.
You could see his right leg kind of scorpioning behind him, but he couldn't.
But maybe he's spent a little bit too much time setting lately and not enough time on his own climbing.
That's true. I reckon we'll see him get it on one of these attempts.
Got both competitors just sizing up their boulders at the moment. They're just having a look. Having a read.
I think Charlotte, she's coming back from injury. So it's really impressive to see her in finals. She's performed really well today, qualifying in second place.
Something I noticed about Charlotte is just that she's very, very focused when she's competing.
Yep.
Super, super focused and very relaxed and just knows her routine really well. Oh, she nearly sticks that spin away. I think that's the closest we've seen so far. She managed to get her left on that volume this time.
Her body positioning was looking a lot better than some of the other climbers that we've seen go for that move. So I think that if she can just perfect that, she's nailed it.
Absolutely.
And what do you think from there? We haven't seen any climbers actually nail that move. What do you think of the rest of that boulder?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to see from that next top section, but I'm really hoping that we see somebody get past that zone so we can get an idea of what we're going to see.
Me too.
Really excited to see that move get executed as Enrico looks to top this boulder and rectify his mistakes from that 2 attempts ago.
He knows what to do. Now he just have to execute it.
No, so close. Seems like he has to use that volume to slow that movement down as we have Charlotte on the wall at the moment, going for the execution of that spin around move again.
Oh, super close on that one.
Really close from both competitors. This is so making me itch. It's so close. These competitors are so close to getting the tops on these 2 boulders here. Just not quite getting there though.
That's it.
Hopefully we'll see the experience of these 2 really shine through in the next couple of attempts.
Yep. They're both back on the wall.
Both
and
on at the same time.
they're both up to the same moves that they've come off.
Yeah. We have Charlotte falling off camera, unfortunately.
I didn't see that, but I heard it.
Absolutely. Enrico, no, dropping off again.
Looks like he's looking for something to do with his right leg and doesn't quite know where it should be.
Yeah, he's kind of flicking it around all over the wall. Maybe there was a different method to do that last move. We kind of missed it with some of the other climbers, but yeah, he seemed like he just kept barn-dooring off that last move because his right leg was kind of weighting him down. So we've got our 2 top-seeded competitors in Claire Sheffings and Ned Middlehurst coming out now. So we obviously expect to see a lot from these 2 as they qualified in first position, but you never know what happens when the pressure is on.
I know, that's the thing about climbing is that, you know, a qualifying round could be totally your style and you absolutely smash it, and you come out for finals and it's everything you hate, everything that you're bad at. So even if you're qualifying in top position, it does not mean you're making podium.
Absolutely. Ned says in his little informational pamphlet that he had to work on not smiling in his competition so that he could focus a lot harder. So we're not going to see many happy faces from Ned here.
I think that that's what I do, but on accident. I look really serious and really stressed when I'm climbing. And I'm actually working on trying to show my enjoyment in climbing more, because I feel like when you're having fun, you're climbing well.
Absolutely.
And I want that to come out in my competition climbing as well.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to smile more.
Focus and enjoyment, I think, is the recipe for success
That's
here.
it.
But we always see that focus can sometimes lead to frustration, and we're just hoping that none of the athletes get into that mindset and they can just stay positive throughout the round and keep trying to knock out these boulders.
That's it. And if you get really hyper-focused, particularly on specific beta that you're trying to execute, it can really put you off because you're potentially just trying a move again and again that's never going to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're so focused on doing something using one method only instead of trying different ways. Look, they've only got 4 minutes, and a lot of that time is spent resting between attempts. If you don't get it the first go, it's not super smart to just jump straight back on the wall.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw Riley kind of doing a little bit earlier, just going and going and going, probably out of a place of frustration.
Yeah.
Whereas right now we're seeing Ned off screen taking his time as Claire falls off that zone move as well. Both competitors kind of struggling with that sort of zone section of their respective boulders.
That's it. And you do really have to manage your energy in a boulder round. So we tend to see them resting a lot more in, you know, the first 3 boulders and then really kind of going hard on the last one.
Absolutely, and not just energy, but also skin.
That's
the valuable resource in our sport, which is quite unfortunate as we see Ned sticking that first zone move. Looking really composed to really slow down here to try and make sure he gets this section right. He does not want to do it again. Claire is in the corner on her problem as well. As Ned just falls off that last move, really delicate there. Claire is on her boulder right now.
And these Open A climbers, they started climbing this morning at 8 a.m. So they have really been going at it all day. You know, they finished their qualifying round around 10. And hopefully they've been able to go away and have a good rest and be able to recover for finals tonight.
Absolutely. I was talking to Ned earlier and he went to somebody else's house to have a really big nap before he came back here.
Yeah.
I think for me, a nap would probably make it so that I couldn't really wake up for the boulder round, but these athletes know what they're doing.
I heard from a couple of the girls as well, they also went back to various places to sleep.
Ned sticks the top move using a heel hook on that slow bar. Really interesting there. So that must be the method to get it in the most controlled way possible.
Absolutely.
We saw a less dynamic way of doing that with Ned there. As we see Claire really struggling with that zone hold. She's been awarded the zone, but she's really struggling to kind of move through.
But even as he comes off the wall, you see his heels slip off. So it doesn't look like a super secure position, but seems to be a better method potentially than trying to control that barn door.
Yeah, we probably didn't see it because we don't know what's going on inside Ned's head, but he was probably pushing really hard down on that heel and putting all of his trust in. And obviously that risk paid off because we saw as he kind of jumped off, it just popped straight off. So we've got Boulder 2 coming out now. We've got Kira and Harper Migios back. The 2 youth competitors, the 2 up-and-comers really looking to do something special today.
And we're back in the cave.
Yeah. Do you like cave climbing?
Oh, I do not. No, I don't.
Yeah,
that
cave
was
routes
a
are too long
beautiful
for me.
start from Kira. I know. Have you climbed at the cave at Rocket in Footscray?
Yeah, that's too long.
It's long. That's
Yeah.
a route.
End of the session for me, usually.
I need a rope on that.
So as we can see here, Kira made it into that start position. Seems like you have to jump dynamically into the start position. Seemed to have no trouble with getting up there, but sort of fell off after that first move.
Now, there's been a lot of talk online lately about run jump starts in boulder comps.
Absolutely.
We're seeing a lot more of it both in World Cups and at the Olympics. Seems to be pretty popular at the moment.
And Kira's one of our shorter competitors as well, so she really made really easy work of that run and jump start, which is usually what we see shorter climbers struggle with, as she uses a toe hook to come into that left hand really powerfully.
Wow.
Using such grit and determination to get into that zone hold. As we said, Kira's known for her flexibility. She's also known for her footwork, as we saw something really amazing happen there with her We're just having technical difficulties at the moment. We've just had a plug come out, so just give us one moment. We have Harper waiting on the boulder number 2.
Now, like we mentioned for the Open B climbers that were climbing in this section of the gym, a lot of these boulders that they're setting in the cave, they tend to be super powerful, and you probably aren't going to be able to get a lot of attempts in on these boulders because they require so much energy.
Absolutely. We see Harper falling off there, and as you said, he's probably going to spend a lot of time looking at this boulder here because he's going to want to make sure every single move counts to the maximum.
That's it. We see Kira go for the run jump again.
Kira's back on her boulder. See if she can stick this move again. Uses a toe hook to move in so powerfully. Going to see the same jump method to the zone. She controls it a lot easier that time. See what Kira can do here. She uses her heel, as we said earlier, using her flexibility, moves up to that next hold. Kira looking super solid here as she gains the top. Super solid from Kira. So much determination to get up there.
Amazing. Hold.
Harper's back on after a really long rest on our purple and green boulder, M2. Seems like he was kind of going for a weird knee bar there to try and make the move a little bit slower.
And requiring so much body tension coming through this kind of upside down section.
Well, tried to almost isolate that crimp there. Looks quite small. Tried to sort of hold it with that one hand and sort of just slipped off. Doesn't quite have the finger strength to be able to hold that with one arm. Might need to figure out something a little bit different to make sure he has more points of contact through the boulder.
With 30 seconds left on the clock. He's back on.
May not be enough time to get through a powerful boulder such as this. Yeah, he's looking tired. His shoulder a little bit fatigued there. And he's off. He's going to save some energy.
Do you like climbing in caves?
It's a good question. If they're as short as this one, maybe. But yeah, as you were saying, the cave at Rocket, that is way too long for me. I'm more of a 5-move kind of climber.
Yeah.
So you also don't really see me on lead routes that often. But when you do, my forearms are always bursting open.
Absolutely. Yep, definitely more of a vert climber myself.
Yeah.
Which is crazy as a comp climber because our routes are always super steep.
Absolutely, yeah. They're trying to pump you off there.
That's it. I'm just trying to get to the head wall so I can show people what I can do. That's where I would shine.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So we've got Dylan back on again, our speed climber with his injured bicep.
Taped to the gills through finals. Hopefully his bicep is feeling okay and doesn't get any worse through this round.
Got Noemi back on female 2. As Dylan reaches up to that first hold. Uses a toe hook to match. Yeah, really seems like he's struggling to use that arm there. Really tentative trying to match that crimp there. As we see Noemi move through the first position and she establishes on the start.
Yeah.
Use her heels really strongly here. She moves into the first hold of the boulder.
Just struggling with that big, powerful shoulder move.
Yeah, it really seemed like Kira really committed to jumping through to that. Do you think you can do it either way?
I like the jumping method. That's probably what I would attempt. But look, if you have the control and are able to find the right foot position, I'm sure you could do that statically if you had the reach.
And this is definitely where we'll start to see a lot of the creativity come out in climbers with these overhanging boulders. With these kind of overhangs, we might see different types of heels going on, different toes, different hand sequences, all to sort of like suit the climbers and make sure that they can kind of use their style to their advantage. As we see Noemi moving back into that position again. We'll see if she jumps this time or wants to use her heel. Looks like she's sizing up for the jump. Can't quite get the power there.
It almost looked like she didn't quite know what she wanted to do there. It wasn't really committing either way. But definitely we're seeing a lot of heels on these steeper climbs, and those are helping stabilize the climber's position and also take a lot of weight off their arms, and essentially helping them maintain that really kind of horizontal position so that they can move their hands on really steep terrain.
Totally. It's so important as well for the climbers to make sure that they decide on a method before they get on the boulder. Obviously trying to like wing it in the moment is also an important skill to make sure that you can sort of use your versatility to your advantage. But sometimes when you see like what Noemi just did, where she's kind of confused on what she's doing, she seemed confused all the way up to the last moment, and that often isn't conducive of maybe the best sort of attempt at a move, as we see Dylan just dancing along to the music there.
We got the Red Bull DJ in the house. The vibes are really good. And Noemi's back on the boulder. Not being quite able to stick that heel. Let's see how she goes on this move again. It looks like she's trying to get a toe in on the right side, not quite making it. Really awkward body position. Yeah, I think Kira's method with the jump looked really solid. I think that's probably the way to go.
Totally. We see a lot of the time, in competitions that a lot of the sort of dynos that we see, they may look really basic, but the generating in the position that they're in is really hard, and that ends up being the crux, not the actual catch itself.
Yep.
A lot of the time, I think if Noemi were able to get to that hold, I think she'd have a really good time holding in that position, but it's her struggle of sort of like pushing through that position and making sure that she can actually get there in the first place. Takes a lot of commitment and skill. And the root set is really trying to make sure to make it as hard as possible for these athletes to move through these positions.
Yep, you can blame Pat Klein for this.
Pat is our head root setter and he's with us at the moment, just sort of listening in.
Just keeping a close eye on the climbers, making sure we're getting really good separation, probably relishing in their struggle.
Dylan's making really good work of this boulder as he's running out of time here. He wants to just make the zone, and he does. That's going to be some really important points for Dylan Marlowe. Really well done, and so much determination with that injured bicep to get through that first move.
No, that was
as we
really
see
nice
Noemi
to see.
kind of walk off the mats there with no zones, unfortunately.
Now, one thing that I know about Roxy is that she likes steep and powerful climbing and really hard shoulder moves. So I'm hoping that we see her do some really cool stuff on this boulder. It seems like it's right up her alley. Both climbers sizing up their boulders.
See Kotaro, first one to pull into this move, and now he's said that he really enjoys crimp, so hoping to see something special with this boulder here as he jumps into the Gaston without any hesitation and swings into the crimp. Wow, he was not lying when he said that he liked crimps, hey.
This guy has got biceps on his fingers.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Oh, he's cutting loose on every move, so much power, and he uses some flexibility and a toe hook. You might see our first top from Kotaro on this boulder as he reaches up with his right hand. Now, it doesn't look easy to match here. And he gets the match with a great heel hook. So good from Kotaro.
Super impressive. And we see Roxy in the background there, coming across to that big pinch. Not quite sure how she got there, but she's moving up. She's got the heel on, bumps up with her left. Same method that we saw from Kira. Right heel comes on and match. Beautiful work.
She looked like she cruised that last section of that boulder. She did so well.
Absolutely. This boulder is totally her style. It's what I expected to see from her on it.
Usually. So this was kind of a mini shouldery lead route for her.
Totally.
So something.
This is basically just the crux.
Yeah.
You know, she didn't have to do the whole first part or the part
Absolutely.
after that.
Very well within her wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
We see Tao now out waiting to do her first boulder, and Riley Thurston. Tao also really likes her crimps. Riley pulling into the first move. Seems maybe confident about his beta. He didn't really look too much at it. He must have remembered it in the isolation as he full crimps that first purple crimp.
But looks like he's trying to think about what he's doing off that start hold. So maybe he went into it a little bit too fast.
Yeah. Pressure might be getting to Riley a little bit. He's been rushing a little bit. And as you said, he did seem like he was thinking on that first move as Tao moves into the start position and moves on to the first move. And now she's eyeing off that zone hold.
And thinking about what to do with that right foot, kept the heel on, really good positioning.
Wow, easy work from Tao.
Cruising the top section. It really does seem that once they're in that position on the two white pinches, that the next section is a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just getting into that position is kind of the crux of this boulder.
Totally, and I think what we've seen a lot of is the people climbing this boulder have all been using their heels quite a lot here.
Yep.
So again, that sort of mobility to get those heel hooks on really like coming into play to make sure that they can get on top of this boulder. Yeah, certainly seems like quite a low crux for this one, and then trying to keep it together for that final section.
That's it.
You have Riley taking his time a little bit more now. Probably trying to read some different sequences here. It's really good to see from Riley kind of slowing down, deciding to have a little bit of a brush, taking his time, really having a think about it. He seems a little bit calmer now.
He does. He's been standing back for a little while, considering the boulder. Hopefully he's figured out a plan and he can execute it. Oh, and he tries to skip the first crimp.
Wow,
That's
I haven't
cool.
seen that one yet. It seemed like it actually might be possible. He got into that left hand quite well. The right hand doesn't really seem good enough to be able to stop on, but we get surprised by these competitors all the time.
That's
They're
true.
so strong.
I think you need to have like amazingly strong fingers and really good contact strength.
Whoa.
Oh wow, and maybe he does, but he's not even crimping that hold. He was
No.
holding the side of the volume.
Yeah,
That's super
volume
impressive.
strength. Amazing. See what Riley has here. We saw,
Now he's a little bit backwards now. Let's see.
wow,
Oh,
just like Kotaro, he spins around into that zone hold and then slips off. All right, he's got his methodology. Now he just needs to rest. He hasn't got super long on the clock. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds now. He's got to make sure that he figures out his method and really commits to it because he might only have one more go on this boulder.
and he's going for a pretty dynamic, pretty powerful method. So, look, I mean, he's probably only got time for one more attempt, but in terms of energy levels, that's super hard to execute. So, I'll be impressed to see if he gets to the same point again using that method.
Yeah. We just saw a replay of Tao doing that final section, really leveraging those heels, and I think that really ends up being the key for the climbers to get over the top of this boulder. We kind of call this style compression, where we're trying to like maintain points of contact on either side of our bodies, trying to sort of press in, then using our heels to keep slapping up, almost like you're hugging a fridge. As Riley walks off the mats here, maybe a little disappointed that he wasn't able to finish off boulder number 2 or even get a zone, but he was close. He was really close, and he should hold on to that.
That's it.
Next up, we're going to see Enrico and Charlotte.
If you've got an eagle eye on the live stream right now, you'll see Campbell Harrison, our Australian climbing Olympian, in the crowd. Well done, Campbell. You did amazing at the Olympics and making us so, so, so proud.
Absolutely. We're so proud of you. He's chatting to our head route setter, Pat Klein, at the moment. Probably having a little discussion about how these boulders are meant to go. Obviously, keeping their voices down. They don't want to hear any athletes talking about it.
That's it.
Enrico pulls into the first move. Maybe not so much Enrico's style. He does like his dynamic climbing. This one's very crimpy, but he's making easy work of it as he almost campuses around.
A one-handed lock-off on a crimp. Pretty cool.
Unbelievable. I think I've seen him one-arm hold like a 15mm edge before. So strong.
And Charlotte
As we
moving
see
to that statically.
Yeah, we saw the static method. Now we'll see if she can leverage her heels and compress her way up to the top
She's
here.
looking good. She's looking so strong.
And there's a
makes
flash from
easy
Charlotte.
work of the top of that boulder. So good.
Amazing stuff from Charlotte.
It's what we expect of her.
Absolutely, yeah. She's a very seasoned outdoor climber as well, and I
That's
think
it.
this sort of style suits somebody who likes that more like basic, strengthy style of movement.
Totally.
She certainly made it look easy. So we have Enrico completing that spin through, opting to use his feet, which is not like him.
Yeah. Getting a heel on that crimp.
Yeah, wow. Oh, okay. Well, he will get a zone for that. So he's got another score on the board, but tops matter more than zones in this competition. So he's really going to be itching to try and get to the top of this boulder, especially because he looked so close to that attempt.
That's it. And in addition to zones and tops, attempts really matter.
Absolutely.
And so sometimes we see a lot of the scores being pretty similar across the board in terms of who got a zone and who got a top. And the winners actually come down to how many attempts it took. So I think Enrico got that zone, was that his second attempt?
Yeah, which is quicker than Riley in that. So I think Riley may have missed the first zone. We've got Enrico getting 2 zones here, and on his second attempt, he stuck that zone. I think so far that's the first zone we've seen that hasn't taken it to the top. The zone hold providing a lot of trouble. Kotaro making the boulder look really easy. It's
Absolutely. Kotaro looked amazing on this boulder.
Yeah. Really don't have a good gauge of how difficult that top section is.
No.
Could be extremely hard because obviously we've only seen 2 competitors get to that zone hold now, the second being Enrico, but Enrico certainly struggled with that next section whereas Kotaro made it look very, very easy, but I'm sure at this level of competition it is not going to be easy.
That's it.
Enrico looking really focused here, not his usual smiley, laughing self. Seems like he really wants it here as he fires off that right hold. And we call that a dry fire there.
And those can be really painful and really hard on the skin.
Absolutely, and as we were saying before, the skin tax on these boulders is intense and they got to make sure that they're trying to maintain it as much as they can. As Enrico fires off again, he might be feeling some fatigue now.
And there's a lot of tactic that you need to use in terms of surviving a boulder comp and keeping your skin intact.
Absolutely. Enrico fires straight back on the boulder. And he sticks it this time, no dry fire to be seen. He's really struggling to campus in here. The fatigue would really be playing a massive factor now for Enrico. As he sticks the zone hold, we'll see how difficult the rest of the boulder is now. He looks a little bit more in control.
Rest. Let's go, Enrico.
Much harder than I thought. That second section providing some trouble for Enrico. We're seeing some separation now in these boulders.
That's it. And moving from that position up to that crimp, or a kind of crimpy pinch on the corner of the wall, looked like a pretty big move.
Absolutely. We saw Kotaro cutting loose on that move as well, even when he had his heel on, showing amazing strength up to that move. So I guess we'll have to wait to see the other competitors to see what they can do on this boulder. We've just got one more to come out on these two. Our first seeded competitors in Claire Sheffings and Ned Middlehurst. We'll see what they can do on these boulders. They perform really well in the first round.
Now Ned is blowing on his fingers. Do you think that he's drying liquid chalk on his hands or his fingies are really sore?
It's hard to say. I bet it's a combination of all of it.
Yeah.
I've climbed with Ned a little bit in the past and I set with him a little bit and he does like to blow his fingers quite a bit. It's a habit I've started to pick up as well. I find it seems to help with the coolness on the fingers. As we saw before, we saw Enrico fire off one of those holds.
Yep.
I think blowing on the fingers is one of the strategies Ned's trying to use to make sure that his fingers stay as cool as they can so he has as much friction as possible so we don't see another dry fire.
Super
He pulls into that first position onto the first crimp.
Oh, and Claire is already up to those white pinches.
Whoa,
Nails
that
it.
was synchronized. Like we were talking about before, very cool from both the competitors as Ned swings through with ease. Claire sizing up that top hold and she sticks it. Made that boulder look super easy.
Truly,
well done from Claire. Ned's still on the boulder. He's hit that zone hold, opts not to heel hook, opts to just use the wall as a smear.
Oh, he's got a heel underneath that sloper, almost like a heel toe cam behind it.
Really amazing display of power here from Ned. Stops it with kind of a guppy type position here as he matches it and gets that top hold in one attempt. Brilliant work from both athletes as they fist bump and walk off together.
Super cute. I love it. And that was a really, really strong performance from both of them. Both qualifying in first place in their field.
Yeah,
so
watch this replay. Here we go. We're going to see that. Look at that.
Oh, that's
Beautiful
so
stuff.
good.
Maybe synchronized climbing does have its place in our in competition like we were talking about before. It's quite nice to watch.
I think so. When I was watching the Olympics recently, I was watching, all of the other sports, and I'm thinking, I wonder if you could apply that competition format to climbing.
Yeah.
I think we saw an Instagram reel recently from Kyra Condi and Alison Vest where they tried out some synchronized climbing on a kilter board.
Oh, I
Definitely
didn't see
check
that
it
one.
out. It's really cool.
Yeah, they're great with their reels and Instagram
Yeah, they're
content.
so good.
We have our young competitors back on the stage now. We're focused on Harper at the moment. Kira's already on her third boulder here. Kind of see what's going on there. This is a slab, so she's going to be using a lot of delicate footwork. Both climbers on two very delicate looking climbs here.
That's
Bit of
it.
a change up from what we saw before.
This is a lot more technical climbing. Going to have to basically take all of that adrenaline and all of that power that they had in the last boulder and just bring it down 10 notches and really remain composed and balanced through these sections.
Yeah. You've got to make sure that you're not at all shaking anymore when you're on these kinds of boulders. If your leg shakes, that could be the difference between topping and falling off on the last move. So both competitors are trying to slow down as much as they can here. You see Harper using lots of drop knees to try and press through this section.
Yeah, trying to maintain tension between those volumes.
As we mentioned before, we saw a slip as Kira's on the zone hold now. We missed the first section of it, but she's doing really well to get through this boulder. She would be awarded the zone from there because she showed some control on that zone hold. Kira just trying to figure it out on the fly here. A lot of the time on the slabs, you can sort of like riff off what's going on when you're up there a little bit more, because you have a little bit more time because you're sort of standing on your feet a little bit more. So it's not going to be tiring out your hands as much. So they're spending a lot more time trying to figure out what's going on while they're up there, and that's what we saw from Kira.
That's it. So you can probably get a few more attempts in on a slab climb compared to something super powerful like the cave. So we see Kira not really taking a lot of rest time in between attempts. She's right back on the wall already.
Kira's so smooth on this move.
And I think in this next move where she stems across the two volumes, you really see her flexibility come into play as well.
Absolutely. Kira's really taking it slow. She's opted to take a chalk bag up to make sure that she can maintain as much friction as she can as she moves through. We see the disappointed face of Kira. She slaps her legs to hype herself up. Not sure if you can all hear the music from the live stream, but it is very, very hyped up, and these competitors would have to almost be ignoring what's going on to make sure that they can stay in a calm state of mind for this boulder.
Yeah, depending on the individual, this type of environment and this loud music can be really, really distracting. But a lot of comp climbers are so used to it, they can tune it out really easily.
Absolutely. I'm struggling to tune it out, and I'm not even climbing.
I think I could tune it out a lot better if I was on the wall.
Okay.
There, compared to being able to talk while you're listening to music at the same time. It's a lot.
Yeah, so what we're saying is we've got the hard job.
Yeah, truly.
Not these climbers.
We're suffering.
Kira's really using her flexibility here.
Yeah, wow. That was super interesting. Coming up to that top volume and getting her foot on that crimp instead of dropping it down.
Harper's making some progress here on this boulder now.
And it looks like Kira has finished her attempt on that. She's walking off the mats. 10 seconds to go. Can we get a zone? Not quite.
Very hard to kind of get to the top when you're only halfway through a boulder, especially when it's slab, when you've got only 10 seconds left.
And if you think that these climbers have to put up with a lot in terms of this environment, think about what they're doing at a World Cup, because it is so much louder in terms of audience, screaming. MC is actively doing a play-by-play of what they're doing while they're on the wall, and they have to try and ignore that while they're climbing.
Do you find when you're at the World Cups, the MC will say something that you're almost in disagreement with, or like they're commenting on what you're doing, but you're like, no, that's absolutely not what's happening right now?
I cannot hear them.
Oh, okay.
I just completely
White
tune them
noise
out.
to you.
So usually I can hear them when I first get on the wall. And then once I'm really in the flow of the route, I basically can't hear anything. I'm in my own world.
I would say that would definitely be helpful.
Yep, for sure.
Both of these competitors taking it really slow here. Dylan's making some good progress that we didn't quite see from Harper on the first boulder.
Yeah, it's almost like we're seeing them climb in slow-mo compared to the last climbers on the wall.
Totally.
Super
The route setters have done a
interesting.
great job to pair these boulders together. They've really sort of selected the same style per like round for each boulder. With the last round, we saw the cave and a very dynamic route, and we even saw some synchronized climbing. And now we're seeing this really slow style, and
It's
it
really
almost looks
cool.
quite synchronized again.
They're both very low traverses. Like in terms of their height on the wall, they're not super high up, but they do have much higher top holds. So hopefully we can see them get through the traverse and we can see that big final move.
Absolutely.
We saw a similar kind of like synchronized route setting at the Olympics recently where, they had these route setting guidelines that said, across the 4 boulders there had to be an electric boulder and a power boulder and a technical and so on. And so we ended up seeing a lot of kind of synchronicity across the men's and the women's categories where they were almost mirroring the same boulders across 2 different categories. It was really cool to see.
Yeah. We get our first zone now on female 3.
You can see Noemi's trying really hard at this.
So speaking about these boulder types, what would you consider this one? Would it be electric?
Maybe the last move's electric. Let's wait and see.
Yeah. Dylan's also making some good progress off screen, but we're really focused on Noemi. She's made it the furthest out of anyone so far. She steps her foot through tenuously. She's looking really solid to reach up. But this last move and her foot pops off. Looking a little bit disappointed, but also shaking it off. She seems pretty happy that she got that far. I think we might see something special closer to the end of the 4 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully she has time to repeat that, see if she can make that final move again. I have to say, as a comp climber, there's nothing more devastating than falling off a climb because of a foot slip.
Absolutely. It's something you can't really control a lot of the time.
That's true, but you know, at the end of the day, it's happened to me before. It's happened to me in a World Cup final where I came off a route because of a foot slip on just the world's worst dual text jib that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I was so mad and so upset about it. And at the end of the day, you know, I really had to just take ownership of that move, you know. I didn't place my foot properly. It slipped off because of a decision that I made. It wasn't something that happened to me. It was because of a choice that I made.
Yeah.
But yeah, it can really feel like the wall is fighting against you when something like that happens.
That's a really good way of saying it. I really like that. I'm going to use that in the future. Yeah, it also would teach a lot of lessons in how to deal with disappointment when something uncontrollable sort of like makes you makes a route makes you fall off a route when something uncontrollable happens. It'll help you like obviously deal with those kinds of things in the future.
Yeah, and in terms of comp climbing, if you are not comfortable with being disappointed and failing, you're not going to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're Janja Gambrit,
Well,
pretty
yeah.
much all of competition is failure, a lot of it. And
That's
you're just
it.
really searching for those limited successes as the climbers time out with limited success on those boulders. Although Noemi did get the zone, and that is the first zone on this boulder, so she'd be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. I think she probably needed that zone. This might be a boulder that really separates the field.
Absolutely.
Now, Roxy, she's got a smile on her face, but looks a little bit tentative. Not her style, but let's see what she can do with
this
it.
is not a shouldery lead route
No.
here. And Kotaro, sorry. Also probably not his style. He said that he really likes crimps, and yeah, there might be some crimps on this, but I think a lot more of this is going to be dependent on his balance.
That's it. But looking
pulls
good in
into
that first stem position.
Yeah, he seemed quite comfortable there, actually.
Yeah, got up into that quite comfortably, but looking tentative about moving out from that position.
Yeah, really trying to drop those heels to make sure he can make as much friction as he possibly can when he moves over. Doing quite well, actually, here. He'll learn from that attempt, even though he came off. Seemed like he got some really good progress done there, and he stayed really, really calm, which is something that we haven't necessarily seen on that third men's boulder yet. Seemed to keep really composed on those first few moves, which I think will really help him to see the boulder in a really objective way afterwards and kind of learn from his mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. I think the only other climber we've seen on this that really, really slowed it down was Dylan. So we'll see if we've got a similar method from Kotaro.
Totally. Yet to see a zone for this men's boulder.
And Roxy struggling with establishing on this boulder.
We actually saw some of the other competitors use the left volume as well to pull into it. As we see Kotaro moving through this position, he's looking a lot more comfortable, sort of slips off there and had to make a snap decision. But again, I think he will learn from that attempt.
And seeing Roxy trying a different move to get on this boulder now, she hasn't actually been able to establish the start position on this boulder yet. She's tried a jump start, I think she's tried a palm down on the left, and she's still not quite sure what she wants to do.
Yeah, we saw some of the other competitors before place multiple points of contact with on the side that only has one point of contact for the start. Now, you're allowed to do that, but you can't start the boulder once you show the points of contact that the route setters are asking for. So see, she's got 2 on the one singular taped one, but she's got to match that one on the right. Now she can start the boulder.
And that'll do it. That's her start position.
So that's completely legal. We see Kotaro making some really good progress there. He's got his foot on the zone and he slips off. Really difficult zone for this boulder.
And Roxy thinking really hard about that next move, moving super slowly, looking pretty controlled while she looks for that little foot jib on the other side of that volume.
She's really taking her time on this, much like we saw Kira earlier. Trying to really maximize her feet here so that she doesn't waste too much energy in her upper body, but she seems quite slippy on these moves. They seem quite unconfident.
Yeah, the left foot looks pretty stable, but everything else looks crazy hard.
Absolutely. So she's going to try and rock onto that left foot now, and it just didn't quite work. It seemed like her knees kind of pushed her hips out a little bit. She got close to rocking over to it, and I think that method definitely is going to work for her, but maybe just not executed in the best way.
That's it. And in terms of, finding a method that works, you need a method that works within 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes you 4 minutes to figure out what that method is.
Absolutely. You see a lot of competitors getting really close to the top on their last go with like 10 seconds left. And sometimes we can see magic in that time, but sometimes we just see disappointment. And it really just depends on how the athletes bounce back from that.
That's it.
But not to call anything too soon. We could see a top here from Roxy. Got limited time left. Both climbers on the wall at the exact same time at the moment. Focused here on Roxy, though.
Only 20 seconds to go. Let's see if Roxy can get a zone in that time. Not quite. Roxy comes off.
Kotaro makes it to the zone with his foot, and that's going to be the first zone on this boulder. Let's see if he can hold it together and make sure that he can get the top here.
Let's go for a buzzer beater.
What's he going to do?
Oh, not quite.
He won't know it because they're going back into isolation, but that is the first zone on that boulder, so he should be happy with that result. But we do have a few more competitors to come out, so I guess we'll have to see what happens.
A replay for Kotaro moving towards the top on this boulder, not quite making it. If you look to the right of the screen there behind the ISO curtain, you'll see a decoy training board. That's Up Climbing is the first gym in Melbourne, potentially Australia, that has the decoy training board. So super excited to get on that.
Yeah, I'm keen to get on it as soon as this gym opens. I'm very curious about it.
Yeah.
I love system boards. Do you use system boards for training much?
Yeah, I love board climbing.
Yeah, me too.
I spend a lot of time in the La Rocca Annex. They got 3 beautiful spray walls.
Yeah,
So
that is
nice.
where I coach out of, actually.
Yeah.
That's that small space in there is my home, basically. Second home.
Yep. An absolute sanctuary for me. I love it.
Absolutely.
And I've talked to the owners of Up Climbing, and they're actually really inspired by the La Rocca Annex in designing their training area. They said that they're looking to put up something similar, probably not going to be ready in time for opening, but by the end of the year, hoping to have a really nice training area set up.
Absolutely. Tao's doing really well on her first attempt here. She makes the zone on her first attempt, which is the best we've seen on this boulder so far. She moves into the crimp. She loves her crimp, so she's going to feel really stable on this.
Looking pretty good. Needs to figure out how to get that left leg up. A lot of mobility needed there. Oh.
Yes, amazing top from Tao on her first attempt. She just made it look so easy.
She really did.
You see Riley on men's 3 at the moment, taking his time here. He seems to have really kept his composure. Really going slow through this section. We're seeing him get a little bit further than some of the other competitors.
Looking reasonably stable. He's got his hips around pretty nicely, so he's establishing a more stable body position now on the other side of that volume.
Amazing foot swap as well.
Really good work. Able to get that stem across the 2 volumes. That'll be the zone, I think.
Yeah. Zone on maybe 2 to 3 attempts. Really good from Riley. He's really turned it around here. Struggling on the first couple of boulders. He seemed to have made it a little bit further than everyone else with a substantial amount of time left as well.
Yeah.
See what he does for this final move. Oh.
Yeah, it seemed like he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do there. He tried to drop really low and kind of stem across. Didn't really like it. Came back up, go for a more dynamic move, but couldn't quite control it.
Yeah, see if he can come up with something creative here to make sure that he doesn't barn door off this time.
That's it, because he needs to come over to the right, and then he needs to go up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so much going on as we see this top again from Tao. So solid from Tao.
Would you call that a masterclass?
A masterclass, yeah, absolutely. It seemed like as soon as she got hold of that left-hand crimp, it was all over. She could just hold that for days.
Once she was stable in that position, she actually moved up really, really easily. She made that last move look a lot easier than I thought it was going to be based on what we've seen from other competitors so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Riley's going back into that position. He's got 1 minute left, so this may be his last to second last attempt, depending on how long he wants to take for this final move. Tactics really coming into play here if he really wants the top. But he'd rather probably not have to jump onto the boulder again as he falls, and I think he's going to have to do it again. He's got the time to do it. He's decided he's going to run back on.
The World Youth Championship in 2016. So come on, let's cheer him on. Come on, Riley. Come on.
Got so much tape on his fingers. How will that be influencing his climbing on these volumes?
Yeah, look, your grip on your fingers is definitely not going to be as good when they're taped up. It's still possible to grip, and look, there's enough friction that he can get through these moves, but it's really a hindrance.
Absolutely.
Especially because it looks like he's got tape almost down his whole fingers.
Yeah. Riley coming off with sort of a half smile. He doesn't seem too fazed by it. He did super well on that, and he should be proud of himself on that boulder. As we have Enrico and Charlotte coming back out. Keen to see Enrico's ability on a slab. I definitely, when I watch some of his YouTube content and stuff, he seems to always be bouncing around. So let's see if he can slow it down for this one.
That's true. He's Hoppin' Capano. That's his name, right?
Yeah. As we said before, Charlotte is super composed, so we expect to see some good things from her on this boulder. She'll really be looking to slow it down and just take her time, because all these boulders are within all these competitors' wheelhouses. It's just all about making sure that they can perform when they need to.
That's it. All of the climbers that have made finals are 100% physically and mentally capable of doing these boulders. It's a matter of, can they do it in the given time frame, and can they do it in this hectic environment?
Absolutely.
And so much pressure on them as well.
Yeah. Charlotte's kind of struggling again with that start position, maybe not thinking about using that left hold yet. Kind of saw this a little bit before. With Roxy.
Yeah.
Hoping that Charlotte can unravel this move just like Roxy did a little bit earlier,
Not
as
quite
Enrico
sure
pulls
about
onto the
it.
first move.
Now, I think if Enrico can get through the slab section of this, I feel like he is a person who could really nail that final move.
Yeah, that is a really good call. So kind of got the harder section for Enrico at the start, but we have high hopes for that second move. We love seeing Enrico jump. Seems to just have so much spring in his step.
He's so springy.
Absolutely.
It's not fair.
He can jump from any position.
Totally. He could jump with his knees locked.
Yeah, absolutely. I've definitely seen that before. Charlotte makes work of that first position, but she's going to struggle to get into the desired taped bits. There we go, as she starts the boulder properly.
Oh, and she's
gonna
being
get
pulled
pulled
off by Campbell Harrison.
I wonder
boulder
why.
Judge.
She managed to... I thought she started it quite well, but... Seems to be no disputes there. She might have had her finger on a bolt hole, as we're
She
seeing.
might have had her finger in a bolt hole.
Oh, that's cheeky. But it also could have just been that her finger was around that section and it was kind of hard to tell.
That's it. It can be really hard, even when you're the judge and you're sitting right in front of the boulder, to see what the climbers are doing, especially if the holds are really small and their body is in front of the hold, and you need to be able to see how they're interacting with it at a really granular level. It can be really, really difficult.
Hoping that pull-off didn't faze Charlotte too much. She's had kind of a bit of a staggered start on this boulder, struggling with the start and then being pulled off. So this is really where the mentality comes into play.
In Australia for 8 years. She used to be a member of the 2B team. So come on, Charlotte.
Both climbers look like they're going to pull on in the same time. Enrico's really been struggling with this first section, as we sort of suspected. We're really hoping it can get over to that last part.
Yeah, two really strong climbers on the wall at the moment, but really struggling with the starts of these boulders. And it just goes to show that sometimes something is just not your style.
Absolutely, yeah. The thing is, when you have such pronounced styles, you've got to make sure that you perform on the things that are your style.
That's it.
Because you're going to really be relying on that to make sure that your result is really good in the end.
That's a reminder to everyone listening to us at home. Train your anti-style. I know you don't want to, but you have to do it.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't want to climb on slopers ever, but look, my coach said that they're funky, not bad.
Funky, yeah.
Yeah.
Reframe the wording around it.
That's
and that's how you
it.
get on it more often.
Really have to go into these climbs with a positive mental attitude. If you go into something thinking, this looks terrible, I'm going to do terribly at this, you probably are.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, my coach told me, it's not a bad climb. It doesn't have bad holds. They're just funky.
I like that. I think I'm going to
Yeah.
use that in the future.
It always makes me laugh. Her voice is in my head telling me everything's funky.
I'll say that these two climbs look very funky.
They're so funky.
Something I do not want to climb on afterwards.
There's so much funk in this house.
Both competitors taking a lot of time before they jump on these boulders. Something we can definitely expect from our top-seeded competitors. They're really slowing down and taking their time, thinking about how they're going to execute these boulders. They're going to look for the flash here, I think.
Totally.
Whoa, Claire almost jumps in, first person to almost execute that perfectly. We have Ned taking his time in that pressing position. He really looks like he's out here to flash the boulders today. He's taking his time before he jumps on it, and he's really putting a lot of effort into his initial attempts as he falls off there.
Really, really considered climber. Obviously super strong. Also just a really great technical climber.
Absolutely, yeah. He spends a lot of time reading boulders. He really likes to get into the nitty-gritty of things, really likes to understand things to a really deep degree, and I think that really helps him in his comp climbing as the moves get more complex.
That's another thing that we could all be better at is route reading.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Not a lot of us like to practice it, but again, you got to practice the things you don't like to get better at them.
Absolutely. As you might say, route reading is funky.
It's so funky. And Claire is really struggling to establish this start position as well. Something we've seen from a couple of the female competitors now.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's had a bit of trouble with this first move, except for Tao, who seemed to just pull in with complete ease. But yeah, really providing some trouble for a lot of the athletes.
And now, in terms of the start position, the climbers are allowed to hold anything that is on the volume that the tape is attached to. So you can see on the left side there, the single point of contact on that really big volume. There are two more volumes on that volume, and one of them has a jib on it.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at that and trying to figure out how to establish that point of contact, you've actually got a lot of options, which might be confusing some of the climbers.
Yeah, and it really lets that creativity element we were talking about before come into play. We've seen some different starts for this. I think when we've seen them do it successfully, it's looked quite similar, but a lot of the positions these athletes are holding on these volumes are really different compared to one another. And I think that really has something to do with like their heights and things like that, and their personal strengths in their shoulders, as we see Claire establishing on the boulder for the first time so far.
And she's gone for the same method that a couple of the other girls ended up trying after a few failed attempts of something else. So she's gone for that kind of palm up high on the left volume and then coming across to match on that 2-point contact volume on the right.
Yeah. Slips off the top of that volume. It seems like that jib on the protruding volume from the left start hold hasn't been used as much as I would have thought it would be.
A lot of them are moving their left foot just to the top of that volume that the jib is on. Not really seeing anybody use the actual jib.
Would the route setters put that there to confuse the athletes?
Look, I like to think that if it's on the wall, it's there for a reason.
Yeah.
They don't tend to put red herrings on boulders, but that doesn't mean that it needs to be used to climb the boulder.
Totally. You can climb a boulder however you want as long as you start right and you finish right.
That's it.
Everything else can be interpretive the entire way.
You can even skip the zone.
Absolutely. But that is a bit of a risk because if you don't reach the top before skipping the zone, if you skip the zone, then you're not going to be awarded that zone. Whereas if you make the top, if you've skipped the zone, then you get awarded that zone afterwards. As we saw Claire almost deciding to skip it as we were speaking about it.
Yeah, looked like she was going for the left foot up on the zone hold, but it's a little bit too high in that position. The foot doesn't look so good to be able to get that next move.
Saw a real struggle on these boulders this round. Really some separators here as we are moving on to a new set of boulders, our last boulders of the round. We've got our young competitors back on. Really cool looking volumes out there. Those purple things with those
Yeah, they
white
look
lines on them.
amazing.
Looks really hard to use. I think those white streaks are jeweled text. Am I wrong?
I think they
Quite
might be.
sure, yeah. When we say jewel text, it's almost like climbing on glass. Jewel text. You definitely cannot trust a foot on glass. So I would not trust a foot on jewel text as
No.
Kira goes into the first paddle move.
But one thing that we're seeing a lot more, both in World Cups and in local gyms and social comps and all level of boulder comps, is route setters using dual text as the part of the hold, or I should say, they're using the shiny part of the hold as the usable part.
Absolutely.
So they're putting the shiny part face up for you to stand on or for you to hold with your hands. We all saw, the translucent no-text holds.
Crazy.
We saw climbers wetting their hands to be able to stick to them. So a lot of really crazy techniques coming out with different use of these holds. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Kira's made some really good progress here on her second attempt. She managed to stick the first dyno without paddling. She opted for a double Gaston. Now she's trying to press into the next move and she just falls off. Maybe not quite committing as much as she needed to get that distance there. We see Harper really struggling here with the start position of this epic looking boulder with these white Tron-like lines all over the purple volumes. So cool.
It looks really cool, and I really hope that we see the men make some good progress on this boulder because I really want to see it climbed.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to see how they use these volumes or how they don't.
Yeah.
As we see, there's the dual text on them as we were talking about. They're going to be very hard to use and the climbers are going to have to get quite creative with them.
That's it. They're going to have to be really careful with how they use those volumes to basically try and avoid the shiny parts.
Yeah. So we see Harper almost break the boulder. On to Kira now, getting to the zone hold for the second time. She's going to opt for a little bit more of a static method potentially here. She's got her fingers in a screw hold, it looks like, for a moment there.
It's hard to tell.
She decides to
crimping
press
the edge
through.
of the volume. I can't tell.
There's so much going on. Kira looked somewhat close to that move there. She jumped out, she got to the hold. She did not quite stick it though. That hold's facing directly vertical. If she wants to stick that, it seems like she might have to get her foot over to the volume in one simultaneous motion.
Yeah.
We've got Harper sticking to the zone move. I believe he skipped that first paddle hold. Now, we can probably call these two boulders electric, can't we?
I think these are electric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've changed it back.
And so electric is a combination of power and coordination, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Harper's on that final hold now. We see a great top from Harper. He did so well to climb through those volumes. I spoke so much about them, but he seemed to make them look very easy in the end.
He did, but I would love to see how that first move was done. We did miss that on the live stream.
I saw him attempting it a little bit earlier. He was trying to jump towards the zone hold without sticking the intermediate hold. I think that might have been how he stuck it, but I'm not quite sure.
Interesting.
As Kira makes it back up to the zone hold and presses back into the volume. Almost missing some moves there. Now she's in it really comfortably. We'll see if she can kind of rectify her mistake from earlier. As she nearly plants the foot. That was really good commitment.
You could see there that she was really aiming to stab that foot on the volume. She really needs that to be able to basically hold that really awful sideways giant sloper.
Totally. She nearly got there. She's got very limited time remaining.
12 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be just enough time for her to top it, I reckon, if she really turns on the jets here. We might see a buzzer beater here.
Oh,
she
not quite.
slips. With a smile, though. She did so well.
Such a good effort.
Really, really good round from Kira, a young gun from Boulder Lab.
And this is the last boulder that our climbers are on. So you're going to really see them going all out, right to the buzzer.
Absolutely.
Non-stop attempts trying to get as many zones and tops as they possibly can.
Yeah, well, it is the final boulder as well, so these athletes are really, speaking of the skin bank that we were talking about before, they are ready to withdraw all their skin.
Yep, all bets are off now.
Yeah.
It's just going to be non-stop.
So we've got both competitors moving into that first dyno. As Dylan Sixler on his first attempt, brilliant. Seemed to just not even worry about that intermediate hold as he Gastons into the sloper. Gets it with his left hand. He's really got to
His
figure out
right
something to
foot.
do with his foot here.
Yeah, that's it.
He gets into a deep drop knee and matches the top hold. That is a top from Dylan. He's got 2 tops. What a round from the climber with an injured bicep.
That's it. He made that look really easy.
Oh, he
Completely
did so
skipping that
amazing.
first black hold.
Yep.
Going straight for the zone.
It's amazing.
And then you can see his right foot here. He's moving it around. It was kind of on the shiny part of that volume. As soon as he brought it up again, in a really stable position to easily make that top.
Something I notice about Dylan is he's wearing socks.
He's
What do you
wearing
think about this?
Yeah, I'm not a socks with climbing shoes person, but I'm seeing more and more of it in Boulder gyms.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is some pros that wear socks as well, so we definitely can't say that it's an amateur thing anymore. Socks
I
have
will
definitely got
say
its place.
that every now and then when I'm climbing outdoors and it's really cold, I will sneakily be wearing socks.
But you won't show anyone. You make sure you got pants on
Yeah,
so no
yeah,
one can see. Yeah, sometimes I wear socks when I'll often when I'm route setting, I'll put some socks on and then put my climbing shoes on, and I feel like I can leave the climbing shoes on for a long period of
Yeah,
time.
that makes
so
sense.
I can definitely see its place in a competition where you have to be sort of warmed up and ready in the isolation for long periods
That's
of
it.
time. As Noemi really struggles with this initial move here, maybe doesn't quite have the power, but I do think it's there. I think she just needs to get over that left foot a little bit more.
That's it.
Needs a little bit more
She looks
commitment.
like she's having fun though, which I love to see on the mats.
Absolutely. That is, it's kind of cliche to say, but that is the main part. How fun
Totally.
is it when you're in finals and you're in front of a crowd of people that you know and you're just trying to show what you've been sort of practicing for the last little while. It's a really,
Exactly.
really great experience, and she's really lapping it up here.
Going for that zone again, not quite making it. Like you said, she's not quite getting over her foot on that hold. Needs to come like hips and body weight shifting over the left foot a little bit more before she kind of launches off.
Yeah. See if she can try and change that mistake now.
Yep.
Minute and 20 seconds
look,
left.
I'm sure she knows this as well. It's so much easier to see what somebody's doing wrong when you're watching from
Absolutely.
this perspective than from when you're the actual climber.
Yeah.
And sometimes you know the move and your body just doesn't want to do it.
Absolutely, and we're definitely the definition of backseat drivers here,
Oh,
sitting in our
100%.
comfy commentary section. Noemi looks like she's just trying to go double hands for that zone hold. She's got so much distance, it's making me think maybe she'd be trying to opt for those, trying to hit both holds at once, as we saw some of the other competitors do.
Yeah.
Seems to get enough distance to be able to do that. Maybe it hasn't crossed her mind yet.
I think we did see Kira, at least on one attempt, stick the zone with a single left hand.
Yeah.
But it almost looked like she was going for both at the same time, and the right maybe just slipped off the blue. But she still stuck the zone with her left hand.
Yeah.
It looks like what Noemi is trying to do now. She's just going single-handed to that zone hold.
Yeah. I really think it's kind of originating from her wind-up here. If you can see, she's not quite swinging back enough. Her body's staying very square onto the wall with only her legs swinging back, whereas we saw the other competitors really drive back on that right foot and swing through the
that's
whole
it.
motion.
Wasn't quite getting her hips into it.
Yeah. Oops, she forgot something on the stage. Oh no, she's off
Yep, she's done now. She can relax.
with the other competitors.
And now we've got Kotaro and Roxy. Come on.
So Kotaro and Roxy onto the stage now for their final boulders. Very dynamic boulders here. Probably not suiting either of their styles super well. Kotaro really liking his crimps and Roxy liking her shouldery moves.
Yeah, but hopefully Roxy's like strength and power kind of comes into play in some of the more powerful moves on this boulder.
Absolutely. And we saw Kotaro's strength on display on the second cave boulder. That was brilliant. So maybe we'll see something special on this for both competitors.
That's it. We saw a lot of strength from Roxy on the cave boulder too.
Wow,
but
he does the move
obviously,
differently.
yeah, that was amazing. You're looking for a top here from Kotaro.
That was so interesting from Kotaro. I think that was the way the route setters definitely intended that move, but everyone's just been
Yeah.
skipping it.
And he's using the volume where we haven't really seen other climbers use that volume at all.
Absolutely.
They're really just palming off the hold on it.
He looked like he wanted to give us a bit of a wave. There it is. He made sure he got the match first, though.
Very good.
Didn't want to flex You didn't want to flex too hard on that one, I think.
Always makes me panic when the climber celebrates before they control the top.
Absolutely, and I think he made the right decision there.
Yeah.
I think he made the right decision. He seemed a little unstable, and he was holding that last hold. He decided to match. He gave the crowd a smile and then matched it instead of waving. So good decision there, I think. Would have given us a heart attack.
So we're focusing on Roxy now for the rest of this time. We did see her do really well on the power boulder in the cave, but that was one where you had a lot of control in the movements and there wasn't really so much dynamic movement. It seems like she's struggling a little bit more where power is combined with coordination.
Totally, yeah. She managed to stick the first move before. Hopefully she can replicate that. We see some changes on that second portion of the boulder. Maybe she could be the first person to top.
I was watching the Para European Championships finals live stream last week. It's the first time that para climbing has ever had a European Championships, which is really exciting.
Wow.
They interviewed one of the route setters and they said they're going to start setting coordination for a para.
Oh, is that exciting for you or is that scary?
We're all terrified.
All terrified, okay.
Yeah. It also just goes to show that even for a lead climbing discipline, how important bouldering can be for training.
Absolutely.
Because they really incorporate so many boulder style moves into lead climbing now.
Yeah, totally. It's been really interesting to see in the World Cups lately as well. There's almost always a dyno on a lead World Cup now, so you got to have so much composer to execute those moves.
Yeah.
Roxy's staticking this second section. Whoa, she nearly sticks it. That was brilliant from Roxy. That could be the method.
That could go, yeah.
Yeah, so she's got a little bit of a in-between of using a bit of static movement and kind of like unleashing a powerful move when she gets as close as she can. That could be the way. We might see our first top here on this boulder.
It could
really
be
promising
the
stuff
Roxy
from
way.
Roxy.
Let's see how she goes. Did I just hear the 1 minute buzzer? I don't know.
So.
We don't have a timer on the screen at the moment, but time is definitely coming down. Yep, she's only got 40 seconds on the clock. So it's going to be a bit of a rushed attempt on this. And a really cool paddle through that. I don't think I saw any other climbers try that. She went through the blue with 2 hands and then left onto the zone.
Just adding some flavor for her last attempt.
Truly, love
See
it.
if she can pull off something special here as she uses her shouldery strength to come into that first move. She's really got to commit here. Come on, Roxy.
So
that
close.
was such a close attempt. She looked like she missed the volume on her first foot tap and it sort of just pinged her off the wall. You can see the skid marks left on the wall from the rubber on her feet.
I'm seeing a replay of that and yeah, she didn't quite make it and her foot hits the wall before it goes for the volume. So maybe kind of, I don't know, disrupted her momentum a little bit.
Yeah, totally. She looked really good on that boulder on that last attempt. Would have almost seen a top if she had just one more go, but that is the nature of this competition.
Yeah.
4 minutes, who can do it the fastest or in the least attempts?
But then again, you know, once you're in a stable position with, you know, you're probably matching that really, really big blue macro, feet are on that little volume, it's then another really big, powerful move to the top.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't know what that last move looks like, and it does not look easy. Well, like we were talking about before, some moves, it's really hard to generate from really difficult positions. And I think even if you stick that move, it's not all over. It looks like a really tough position to generate from there.
That's it. And we've seen so many different methods on this boulder from the men. So you just never know what you're going to get with this one, I think.
Seeing Riley doing really good work on this last boulder. He's going to leave it all on the mats here, I think.
And he's kind of looking like he's using Kotaro's method with palming the top of that volume, looking for a stable position at the top, and he nails it.
And he does it. He gets his first top of the comp. He'd be really happy with that consolation prize, I think.
That's it.
As we have Tao pressing into those second volumes using that Roxy method as she slips off.
Trying to move statically to that first one and then kind of bump and stab the right foot onto the volume for the second hold.
As you see a replay here, using that method we saw earlier, really palming on that terrible volume.
Yeah.
Did a really good job of making that look easy. I don't know if I could hold that volume. It looks really, really slopey on that corner there.
But, I mean, looking at it in person, I can see it through the crowd right now. It's probably a lot more 3D than it looks on the screen.
Yes. These climbers perform some magic sometimes.
That's it.
Tao comes into that volume again. She might be looking to do it statically again as she brings that other one in. She wipes her hand to get a little bit more friction. She moves in statically to that first hold. And she sticks it. We don't know what this last move looks like yet, so we hope that Tao has the ability to do it, and she does.
Amazing.
She kept that composure, and Tao having a really good run with 3 tops in this boulder round. We'll be looking at a medal position here,
Absolutely.
as we said before.
And considering Tao is one of the shorter competitors in the women's finals tonight, look, she made that look super easy.
Yeah.
And get that left foot across. You see a lot of really good mobility there to be able to stabilize that position, and actually made that last move super controlled.
Absolutely.
She didn't really have to jump for that at all.
Yeah, it really shows that lots of different body types can really excel at this sport, as we have Charlotte coming out now, who's kind of on that opposite end of Tao. She's a lot taller in the female division, so we might see a different method of these moves here.
That's it.
There's
it
always
really,
a way to do it.
It always goes to show how important body positioning as well. So it's not just about jumping for something that's really far away. It's about finding the most optimal body position to make that next move as easy as possible.
Absolutely. So we've got Enrico back out as well, the guy that we said can spring from any position possible.
Let's see him go from the start hold to the top in one go.
Yeah. What do you
Hop
think?
and
Do you think he's
Capano.
going to do the intended with the toe hook, or do you think he's going to jump straight to the next hold?
I think we'll see him go straight to the zone.
So we got Charlotte going for this first position, as
Oh, and she
she's
did
the
the
first
paddle
competitor
too.
to paddle it. Enrico off screen sticking that first move as well, but Charlotte looking to compose herself a little bit here. She's in the zone hold. She chalks up to get a little bit more friction on that volume, and seems a little bit indecisive as to what she's going to do.
Hesitating a little bit to really commit to holding the right side of that volume and go straight for the bump onto the right side. She's got a really long arm span.
Absolutely.
I don't think a lot of the competitors in this field tonight could do this move.
Oh, wow. Easy done from Charlotte. She makes that last move look even easier than Tao, using her
Super
height to her
impressive.
advantage. She'd be really happy with that to get
That's
a
it.
flash in the final boulder.
Yeah, especially in the last boulder, really struggling to establish that starting position and eating up a lot of time, basically just trying to get on the boulder. So to be able to do this boulder so quickly, really important for her score.
Absolutely. So we've just got Enrico left. He tried to dyno a little bit off camera. He tried to dyno to the last hold, I'm quite sure. It didn't quite work out for him, as we saw a lot of the other athletes sort of guppy that volume to try and get to the top.
Oh,
Enrico
he
goes
went
with the
for the
intended
toe.
method, which is what I probably didn't expect. Jumps with ease to that zone hold.
He's still hopping.
Hopping, yeah, he's hopping. He's not jumping, he's hopping.
Yeah. Oh! And it looked like he wanted to jump for that again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Enrico just looks like he wants to unleash something here.
He really does. He's got some like pent up dino energy in his body,
Yeah.
and he needs to release it.
Yeah. None of these dinos quite challenging enough for Enrico, but the slab was certainly challenging.
That's it. Actually heard from Roxy earlier in the day that the cave climbing in the qualifiers wasn't hard enough for her.
Not hard enough?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then to see her flash this cave as well, I'm thinking maybe the cave wasn't hard enough in finals either.
Yeah, she probably would have liked those boulders to be the separators, because that would have been a really good advantage for her.
Totally, yeah.
But
If
it
that's your style, you kind of want to be the only one that's good at it.
Yeah, and it ended up being really the slab that separated a lot of people, as Enrico
That's
looks like
it.
he's sizing up the top here.
Oh,
Gets
he
it with
got-
his right, comes in with his left, and he secures the top hold. Enrico gets his first top of the comp.
Really
He'll
nice.
be really happy with that.
And I feel like he was maybe one of the only men that I saw get the thumb on and
Oh,
pinch
yes.
that last hold
Yeah.
instead of just using. It looks like maybe the positive section of that hold that's on the top right is slightly better than the bottom one.
Yeah.
So we see a lot of climbers go for the bottom section and then move up to the top because the bottom one is obviously terrible.
Yeah.
Enrico gets the thumb in and turns it into a pinch, so that was really nice.
Yeah. Really good creativity from Enrico. So our top-seeded competitors coming out onto the mats now for the final boulder. We'll see what they can do.
Sometimes as climbers we forget that we have thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could use more thumbs.
We do like to favour our fingers a little bit more than our thumbs, but if you can get them involved, it can be really helpful a lot of the time.
That's it.
They are the strongest digit.
Get your thumb on.
Yeah, absolutely. Wrap your thumb over your fingers if you want.
Oh, yeah. Don't do that unless you're prepared.
Yeah.
Don't do that without warming up.
Absolutely. Claire makes the first jump look easy, and Ned also sticks the first jump off camera. Talked about that synchro climbing earlier. Both competitors moving into the slow section, with Claire maybe taking a little bit more time to compose herself. Ned just going in with full confidence here. He's decided to opt to move to the right side of the volume a bit more. He's trying to transition back to that guppy he was using before. Comes in with his right hand.
That's it, and he's not sure about which part of the hold he wants to use either. He's gone for the bottom section.
Oh, he's
still fighting
down.
for it.
Claire falls off camera. Ned's really fighting. He wants this. There we go. Ned using so much strength. We were silent just then. We were so gripped by what was happening. Sarah and I were in a daze.
Concentrating so hard on what he was doing. Just that right hand coming up so slowly, inching towards the volume.
How hard do you think he was gripping just then?
Oh my God, so hard.
Yeah, he would have been absolutely leaving it all out there just then.
But that's it. That's his last boulder. He's done. So he was able to try as hard as he could on that one.
Absolutely, as we see Claire sticking that jump as well and finishing off with a top.
Amazing.
And that does it for all the athletes out tonight. What a brilliant show that was. Really saw a great variation of the different styles, and we'll see our results coming up soon.
That's it. Yeah, well done to all the athletes tonight. That was amazing. Super diverse field. And amazing job by the route setters. Really cool boulders.
Oh yeah, route setters did a great job. I think they separated the field so well there. I think Ned ended up with 3 tops, and we saw, pretty sure Tao getting 3 tops as well, and we kind of saw a really good split between a lot of the competitors with lots of different amounts of like topping and things like that and scores. As you can see us now.
Oh, I've been awake for so long.
Yeah, it's been a big day, hasn't it? But it's been really fun in the commentary box.
Stick around on the live stream. I think podiums are coming up for both Open A and Open B. Get on social media, congratulate the winners, congratulate the competitors, share how much you love watching this live stream, and tell everybody how amazing our commentary was.
Yeah, really good comp to see. I think some of the highlights as we see some of the spectators jumping on the boulders. Saw some really cool stuff on some of those initial boulders, and we got some slow kind of movement going on the slabs. Turned out the slab ended up being a little bit of the separator for this round, I think.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of competitions, slab often is the separator.
Totally.
People aren't training slab enough.
No, and as we both said, we don't really like it, so we're not really helping.
But I tell you what, a lot of gyms don't have a lot of slab space. This gym, though, up climbing in Balaclava, they actually have quite a lot of slab in the gym. So, look, maybe we're going to see the uprise of slab climbing in Melbourne with the opening of this new gym.
Absolutely. And your home gym, Boulder Lab, right? They do have like a fair amount of slab, especially at their Clayton gym.
Yes, Clayton has a really good slab section. I think it just got reset too. So
cool.
Get out there and try some fresh slab climbs.
You said you were going to be training tomorrow. What's that going to look like?
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow I've got an endurance session. So I'm going to be doing laps on lead routes, a few red point attempts. Look, I'm not going to go too hard on myself, but I do have a World Cup in less than a month.
Oh, wow.
And we need to get that endurance up.
So no slab for you for the next month?
No. We're doing steep, long routes.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Yeah.
So for you, what does that sort of look like? Are you doing more so like long, like pumpy style stuff, or are you spending a lot of time like building a little bit more of a base at the moment?
At the moment, because I'm literally weeks away from my next World Cup, I'm fully in my endurance phase. So I've done a lot of movement training, a lot of power training up until this point. And so now I'm literally just getting my base level endurance back to where it needs to be. once you do have a good level of endurance, it's quite easy to get back. You do have to commit to some pretty awful training though. We've got Open A women's results up on the screen now.
So we have Tao coming in first position, Claire coming second, both Boulder Lab athletes, and Charlotte, who actually coaches out of Boulder Lab as well.
She does.
In first, second, and third, followed by Kira Larson, Roxy
Who's also
Perry,
a Boulder
and
Lab
Noemi.
climber.
Yeah, Kira is also a Boulder Lab climber, dominating the women's field.
Absolutely.
In the Open A men's, we've got Kataro Hirasawa. Sorry if I butchered that.
And I think we had Ned in second place. Really good showing from Ned this round.
And we have Dylan Marlowe in third place.
Well done, Dylan, with the injured bicep.
Amazing by Dylan. He did so well. We've got Harper in fourth, Riley Thurston's in fifth, and Rico in sixth position.
Super impressive, and you can see the attempts to zone is what separates Dylan and Harper there. They both got 2 tops. Dylan got 3 zones and Harper got 2. So look, it's not a lot separating the climbers.
Actually, I might have...
And you can see on the live stream now a lot of people who are spectators getting up on the wall, trying to work through those moves. We've got some campusing going on in the cave. Pretty exciting. I know that when I was judging earlier, as soon as the climbers came off the wall, I had to jump up on the wall and touch those holds and figure out what the hell was going on up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the spectators have been itching to get on the climbing wall. It's pretty inspiring to see these top-level athletes sort of doing their best on these climbs, and I think a lot of the newer climbers are really itching to like come up and just like have a go at like those high-level boulders, see where they kind of match up towards them.
And it's sometimes really, really hard to appreciate how difficult something is when you're watching it as a spectator or watching it from home on the live stream. And then when you actually get up towards the wall, touch the holds and have a go at some of those moves, you realize how skilled and strong those climbers actually were to get through those moves.
Absolutely. I'm definitely going to go have a look after this round at these holds that these climbers were holding, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be anything short of amazing. A lot of these like crimps, especially in the roof section that you can see here, they do not look very good at all. There's a lot of people there kind of pulling on them and just kind of sizing them up. I think everyone's in a little bit of disbelief.
Yep, the holds are almost always worse than you think they are.
Absolutely, yeah. And they make them look very easy to hold.
They really do.
If you got an average person and put them on it, they would not be finding it very
Very
easy.
deceptive.
So we'd just like to throw it back to our sponsors again while we wait for our podium. So our main sponsor, Stax Climbing, they really provided a lot of volumes for this competition. It wouldn't be running without them. There's so many nice new volumes that haven't been climbed on yet. They're called Stax. A little bit ironic because they build volumes that are really good for stacking on top of each other. As you can see in that little cave section, you've got some boulders that have like volumes kind of pushing up against each other. You see someone kind of pulling into those. Really, really nice hold company based out of Australia. We love the local holds. Speaking of local holds, we also have Druid Climbing Holds as a main sponsor of our competition. Tell us a little bit about Druid.
Yeah, Druid's a really cool company run by Ben, who's a climbing coach and route setter. He makes these beautiful wooden holds and amazing training tools. Check out Ben's website. He's got a lot of really cool stuff up. And he does custom work too. So if you've got a fun idea, something you want to get made up, get in touch with Ben. I'm sure he could do it for you.
We also have Chalk Up Climbing, a really brilliant apparel company for climbing. They've built their clothes specifically for the funky movements that you do on the wall. I've put on their pants before and they have so much elastic in all the places you want them. Their shirts feel really, really light and they're really quite stretchy. It almost feels like you're wearing nothing, which is kind of what you want when you're on the climbing wall.
Nothing
we
at all.
also
Nothing
have
at all.
5 Foot Shop, another apparel company. They make some really funky graphic tees.
Yeah,
another
super
local
cute stuff
brand
from 5 Foot.
Yeah, another good brand from Melbourne.
We've got a couple of sponsors up on screen that we didn't mention earlier. We've got Tilt, who are actually responsible for those amazing Dual-Tex purple and white volumes that you see up on that last men's boulder. Those were super impressive. We loved seeing the guys climb on those. And we've got Happy Beaner, who are, I think, a climbing retailer. They've got all sorts of fun stuff on their website. Check them out.
Absolutely. We see some people still jumping on these start holds here. They're kind of messing the holds up with their shoes. Usually we like to wear climbing shoes on these ones. I wouldn't be surprised if they were pulled off in a moment, but seems like a little bit of a free-for-all at the moment.
Yeah,
we actually have Maya on on the fourth boulder, flashing the first move in her runners. Maya is a World Cup athlete who has done really well at the Youth World Championships in the past.
She came away this most recent Youth World Championships with a 7th place in Boulder. That's 1 place out of finals.
Yeah.
It's her best position so far at Youth World Championships. I know she was super happy with that result. Really motivated to really get into finals next time. She's super close.
Yeah, she almost looked like she topped that boulder. Would have liked to see what would have happened if she was in this competition.
That's
Been really
it.
interesting.
Yeah, we obviously have a couple of really talented, World Cup national team climbers in the house today that aren't competing. So Maya's one, and we've got Campbell here as well. They've both just come back from absolutely massive trips, both obviously Campbell competing at the Olympics and Maya competing in China at Youth World Championships. So can totally understand why they wouldn't necessarily want to compete in this boulder comp.
Absolutely,
They deserve a long
They need
rest.
some time off. And you say that you have a World Cup coming up soon. Where is that? And
so
what's that going to look like?
The last paraclimbing World Cup of the season is in Arco on the 27th and 28th of September. So this will be actually only my second World Cup of the year because I skipped Innsbruck this year, which was really different for me. I've done Innsbruck for the past 2 years, and so skipping that was a little bit different in terms of how my year is structured. But it meant that I got an extra training block in the middle of the year between 2 World Cups. So it's been really fun to kind of see how my training and my climbing developed over that time. So I'm really excited to go into this World Cup, I guess feeling a little bit different to the last one because I've had this extra training block. Really looking forward to Arco. It'll be, I think, the first paraclimbing World Cup we've had in Arco. And then because it's my last World Cup of the season, I get to relax afterwards. I'm going to go climbing in Arco outdoors. I'm heading to Croatia to compete in Seco Block, which is insane. Seco Block have been hosting a para competition for the last couple of years now, but this is the first time they've hosted it in Europe. So really excited for that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So are you currently, when you're going to Europe and doing these competitions, is this all currently self-funded at the moment?
Yeah, a lot of it is. We don't currently have any funding through, for example, like the National Federation or the AIS for paraclimbing yet. We were, of course, just announced as a Paralympic sport, and we will be included in the LA 2028 Paralympics. So we're hoping we see a little bit more funding and support come through for paraclimbing in Australia. It's not quite here yet, so the majority of the team are self-funded. I'm super lucky to have some sponsors that help me out, including the North Face, Scarpa and Climbing Anchors. But yeah, I still have to chip in my own dollars every now and then. And, you know, I still work almost full-time job, so life's pretty hectic.
Yeah, a bit harder to be a professional climber in this country at the moment.
That's it.
As we can see from this comp, it's just gotten better every year, really. And we're seeing some really high-level climbers coming through, even just on the Victorian level. So I think we can really expect some, hopefully some more support in the next couple of years. There's a lot of passionate individuals, and hopefully there's going to be a lot of money coming through for those
Fingers
passionate
crossed.
individuals soon.
And we've even seen the difference that level of support can make in the team already. So for example, when Campbell made the Olympics, when he won the Oceania Championships and qualified for the Paris Olympics, he then was able to access another level of support and funding for his climbing. And over that time, we actually really saw his performance at a World Cup level improve. He's now more regularly making semi-finals in lead World Cups, and he's attributed this himself to an increased level of support and being able to dedicate more of his time to just training and just climbing instead of also having to work other jobs and do other things to make money.
Totally, and we've really seen Campbell work hard for that kind of level of support over the past many years, really. And
Yep.
same as Osha, our other Olympic competitor, who did a really good job at the Olympics recently, going into the finals.
No, so impressive.
Performing so well in the bouldering as well. She hasn't quite either seen that level of support, and I'm sure she may have seen that once she qualified for the Olympics as well, but she's been
Yeah.
doing so well despite the kind
Yep.
of level we have for funding
That's
for
it.
athletes in Australia at the
And
moment.
similarly for Osh, she's been able to really step up her level now that she's able to dedicate more time and effort into just training for climbing. We've seen that she's doing a lot more of her pre-season training in Switzerland with her coach Will,
Yeah.
who's also a Swiss national team coach.
Yeah.
Used to be a coach and a route setter in Melbourne, but went over, got poached by the Swiss team. Unlucky for us to lose him, but still
Yeah.
coaching Osh and really helping her develop into this kind of next level climber. So yeah, she's spending a lot more of her pre-season in Switzerland and also going to bouldering gyms in Japan. We know that the level of skill needed to climb in those bouldering gyms in Japan is insane.
Absolutely.
And so she's getting so much more out of her training now that she's able to really, really focus and able to also access both the training, the coaching, and the facilities that she needs to get to that level.
Yeah. And you know what? They might come back at some stage, hopefully, once that sort of like real strong competition culture in our country starts to build up, as it, we assume it will over the next couple of
Yeah.
years. Hopefully we can get some of those people sort of like training back in Australia again.
I think we will, yeah.
Yeah.
And we know that there's a lot of stuff happening in the background now in terms of trying to get national team training facilities happening for Australian climbers, a lot more funding coming through for national team, a lot more, training camps. So hopefully, we see that level of support come through and we get a lot more development here in Australia.
So we're going to go to some replays now from the comp as we take a little break in the commentary now. Enjoy these replays from the Open A Victorian Boulder State titles. We are back for our podium presentation now. We're going to be cutting to the podiums soon. We're going to have our open bees coming out first.
All right, results for Open B men's category up on the screen, with Luke in first place, Angus in second, and Jem in third place. We've got 3 tops across the podium for Open B men's.
Yeah, all coming down to attempts there.
That's
hey.
it, yeah. And Open B women's results, we've got Abigail in first place, Maya in second, and Lucy in third place. And seeing only 2 and 1 top across the podium for Open B women, so it seems like a bit of a harder round.
Yeah, a lot harder for the women's in the Open B final there. We've also see first and second being separated by attempts here, which we can't see the attempts, but we've got 2 tops, 3 zones for each of Abigail and Maya. So really tight round again, all coming down to who did the boulders in the least amount of attempts.
That's it. And look, this isn't too unusual to see such a low number of tops, you know, for a podium or even in a qualifying round. As we saw in the men's qualifier in the Olympics, the top 6 climbers only had 1 top each.
Yeah.
That was a really hard boulder round.
Yeah, absolutely. It just happens sometimes. Sometimes the setters might make it too hard, but I would say it was really exciting to watch. It was still really exciting to watch. So many different zones happening for different people on different boulders. I think it was really spread out well in this competition.
Totally.
As we wait for the competitors to enter the podium. As I said earlier, we're going to be starting with our open Bs.
Okay, the route setters who have been truly incredible. Fist pumping, but want to thank Pat. Pat's done an amazing job as the head route setter.
We're just shouting out to the route setters at the moment. Pat, our head route setter. Got Rachel over there as well. You can't see them on screen, but they're hiding in the corner.
Emily, who's come from interstate also.
That's it. We're lucky enough that Emily lives here now.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we poked a good one.
Yeah. More amazing routes to come in some of our gyms.
Yep. And it looks like they definitely don't want to go in front of the camera, but they are posing for a nice group photo at the moment. So keep an eye out on social media. Oh, the camera's panning across as the route setters
There's
disperse.
the route setters walking off, and there's Dean.
Dean, our volunteer coordinator, has done an amazing job of coordinating everything today.
Absolutely.
It's been absolutely huge day. It's so many volunteers.
Yeah, Dean has got a way about him of getting people to volunteer, and he does it in the nicest way possible. I wasn't planning on volunteering. He called me up last night. He said, "Angus, we need you." And I was like, you know what? Any day for free food, watching some climbing is a good day.
That's it.
He always manages to muster up a great team of volunteers.
Yeah.
As we zoom in here to Campbell Harrison, our Olympian.
He's getting a little shout out. Super proud of Campbell and thanks to Campbell for volunteering today as well.
Absolutely. Really putting in the hard yards. It doesn't matter how high up you go. They always come back to their roots.
That's it. In terms of our volunteers today, we literally had people who it was their first time volunteering at a boulder comp ever, and people that are super new to climbing, maybe just doing it, recreationally once a week, up to the level of an Olympic climber. So you get all sorts at these comps.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I was volunteering with somebody who was brand new, and he had a really good time. We had some really great chats, and it's a really good opportunity for you to meet some new people in the climbing industry. Or even just in the climbing community abroad.
That's it. I definitely saw a little bit of networking happening in the volunteer break room. Lots of people looking for gym jobs.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's all happening at these comps.
So if you're looking to kind of get into that industry, it is a really great way of getting in, is just volunteering at some of these events. Definitely something to put on your resume.
That's it. A lot of the volunteers you'll see coming in from different gyms across the city. And a lot of athletes from different disciplines. It's a really good way to meet people in climbing.
Absolutely. So it seems like we're getting to our podium now. So hold tight. So for third place for the Open B female, we have Lucy Armstrong. Maya presenting the medals here.
In second place, we have Maya.
In second place, we have Maya Fuller.
And in first place, I think I watched her take one heck of a fall in a cave. Can I get a drum roll, please? We've got Abigail McGovern.
In first place, we have Abigail McGovern. Really great climb from these three athletes here. She's got
a lot of tape on that elbow.
From that fall, I'm assuming, that we saw a little bit earlier.
It was a pretty gnarly fall. She looked definitely a little bit shook after that. And
Absolutely.
that was pretty early in the round too. So to come back and win first place after that fall, super impressive.
The adrenaline has certainly worn off now. She looks a bit tentative to straighten that arm, but she still went on to climb all the other hard boulders and win the round.
She's cradling her arm, so I can imagine that. Look, it's not feeling great.
Yeah, the pain she would have been.
Probably will be a lot worse tomorrow. All right, so we've got the men's podium up now. In third place, Jem Denning. Well done, Jem. And getting medals presented here by Campbell Harrison.
In second place, we have Angus Fuller.
And second place, Angus Fuller.
Brother of Maya Fuller.
Yeah, we've got
in the same position.
Climbing dynasty on this podium tonight.
Yeah.
And the Open B male champion for this year for Victoria is Luke Taylor.
First place, we've got Luke Taylor. He's Victoria's Open B male champion for 2024.
Posing for a photo there. Another really great round to watch, that one. Luke showed some amazing grit doing the slab right at the end there to clinch the win.
Absolutely, yeah. If you missed that on the live stream, go back and watch it. Super impressive.
Absolutely. So for the women's in the A category, in third place we have Charlotte Garden.
In second place, we have Claire Sheffing.
And in second place we have Claire Sheffings, a Boulder Lab athlete. Asking for a drum roll before they announce this one. We've got Tao Murasara in first position. Pretty sure that is her first win at a state level in the Open, so really great achievement for her.
Super impressive from
Another
Tao.
Boulder Lab athlete.
Yeah, we've got Boulder Lab domination on this podium.
Absolutely.
Super cute.
Earlier today, and she ran away from me.
And Anne's just saying that she's trying to interview Tao, and Tao's running away. So good call, Tao. I got interviewed by Anne today.
I managed to avoid it. So for third place in the men's, we have Dylan Marlowe.
In second place, we have Ned Middlehurst.
Second place for men's is Ned Middlehurst.
Dylan seems like he's still nestling that arm a little bit.
Yeah, but really dominant performance from both of these climbers. Super
Absolutely.
impressive. And another drum roll before we announce first place. Kotaro Hirasawa.
Displayed so much strength today. He did. Really amazing performance from these three athletes.
Absolutely. Super impressive round for all three of them. I'm so impressed that Dylan is also a really talented speed climber.
Yeah. And
so cool.
He's so excited to be up there. You can just, the smile is not wiping off his face.
No, I
It's
know.
back again.
And to come into that round with an injury, super impressive.
Amazing. He really held it together and just knew what he had to do to get there, and he just went for it. Maybe that lower expectation from the injury would have kind of helped him a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that kind of propped him up a little bit in his mental game. We're wrapping up tonight.
You've been
all
listening.
of our podiums are done.
Yeah, we're all finished. Sarah and I are tired. You've been listening to Angus Cameron and Sarah Larcombe in the commentary box tonight. We've had a lot of fun here. We've watched some great rounds of climbing.
Absolutely.
Feel free to rewind and go back to some of those if you missed some of the boulders. We highly recommend it. But that's going to be it for us tonight.
That's it. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening,
tuning
everyone.
in. See you next time.
Oh, we also are going to actually thank a few more people before we come off. We just want to say thank you to our volunteers to start with. The event would not be running if it wasn't for them. We really, really value the people that come and put up their hands and do this sort of stuff for free. It's so helpful to have people come and make sure that this comp is running, and yeah, just donating their time for like a cause such as this. It's a really great event for so many people, and we really value those people that come to do this for free.
And thanks to our sponsors. We mentioned a lot of our great sponsors throughout the live stream tonight. Stax Climbing was the main sponsor who donated these amazing
Obviously, this event wouldn't be possible if there wasn't competitors, and we watched something really enjoyable tonight. I found it so thrilling to watch all the different moments in this event tonight, and even anyone who didn't make it to finals, people in the qualies. The field wouldn't be such a fun event if it wasn't for everybody who puts their hands up and sort of like throws themselves in the deep end and goes to compete. I usually recommend everyone to try a competition out. And especially those people in Open B and C, like they're just trying it out for the first time, and it's really great to see.
Huge shout out to
numbers.
Open C climbers. I judged some of those boulders today, and for a lot of them, it was their first competition ever.
Yeah.
So coming out to compete in this kind of environment, look, it can look really intimidating, but I have to say it's a really inviting environment. If you're thinking about competing, plenty of competitions in your future, definitely look into it. They're super fun. You know, you get out of it what you put in. Give it a go.
And we also have our inclusive category as well. It's great to have that category to make sure that we give the opportunity to as many people possible to be joining in our events. And from judging today, everybody had a ball on the boulder I was judging at least. And yeah, it's just great to see so many different people like trying out this sport. It's something that we pride ourselves on, is to try and make it as accessible for as many people as possible. And
that's it.
Yeah.
And look, we've got para bouldering coming in the near future as well. This is something that's being developed behind the scenes at the moment. So really excited to see para climbers getting involved in boulder comps in the future as well. Hopefully at a state level by 2025.
So we're going to wrap up now. Thanks everybody for listening. You've been listening to Angus Cameron and Sarah Larcombe. Join us next month for youth state titles, where we're going to have more action, more finals than what you saw tonight. Lots of different categories. It's going to be a blast.
That's it. All of the team kids that flash your projects, come and watch them crush at the comp. See you next time.
We're going to need some volunteers. See everybody.